All right, open remarks. Want to thank everyone for coming. My name is Howard Spaeth. I am one of the lead organizers this year, along with Caleb, who just, I don't know where he went. But thanks for coming. I want to personally thank the organizers. If there's anyone here who is an organizer this year, please stand so everyone can give you kind of a moment of recognition. I want to personally also thank our sponsors. We have PMC, WordPress.com, Bluehost, GoDaddy, WP Beginner, Hermedia Studios, Second Melody, Big Scoots, Freshie, Kinsta, Secret Stash, SEO Press, Servavo, and then we also have Adams Farm, Termageddon, and Wingman WP. So without them, obviously, we couldn't, give them a shout. Obviously, without them, we couldn't have I think this is our fourth camp since 2019, or fifth. This is our third one here, so obviously we're very lucky to have this great venue. Our production team, if you guys want to give them a shout, they're amazing. They take care of our live stream, which is obviously on now. So thanks, guys. We really do appreciate all the effort. A little bit about me. My name is Howard, as mentioned. I have my own digital marketing agency based in Bergen County. Just celebrated our 10th year, which is pretty awesome. But yeah, so we do everything WordPress related. Anything you guys need help with, feel free to reach out. Anything you guys do need help with throughout the day, look for all of us in the red shirts. Just a couple of quick notes. We do have parking vouchers at registration, so if you did park in the garage, make sure you get your voucher. Anything else, Caleb? So we have two channels. One channel will be in here. One channel will be in the room, smaller room. There are schedules outside. Lunch will be at noon. There will be an after party as well, but Caleb will announce that at closing remarks. Still trying to do some finalization there. I can't think of anything else, can you? Again, thanks to everyone for coming. Make sure you grab some swag, meet with the sponsors, and we should be good to go. Anyone else got any quick questions before we kind of break off into the first talk? All right, well, thanks again. And here's the start. Have a great day and a successful WordCamp.
Happy to see everyone. Welcome to WordCamp Montclair. We do have two talks, one in the main room and one in the classroom on the side. But I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Dan Burko. Dan Burko is a WordPress developer for over 12 years, working for media and publishing companies of various sizes. Before that, he worked in newspaper writing, editing, and producing, and developing tools to improve editorial workflow. His talk is on what if we call it assistive AI instead. Give Dan Burko a warm welcome, everybody.
Good morning. My name is Dan Burko, and I'm a developer at PMC, Penske Media Corporation. We publish a few magazines and websites. I work on the publishing side, supporting our websites, and I've spent most of the past year working on some of our AI initiatives. When ChatGPT caught everyone's attention in November of 2022, the reaction of folks at PMC was no different than everyone else's. We all had the same bright ideas. Let's write some poems and short stories. Let's try to stump the chatbot with trivia. Once we got that silliness out of our collective system, we wanted to see if it could actually improve our efficiency and enhance our final product. We wanted to see if ChatGPT could produce some code to jumpstart a task, for instance, or write some tests for a certain function. Maybe, we thought, it could improve pitch decks in advance of a meeting with some prospective clients. As in the rest of the world, the folks inside PMC had a variety of reactions to this new technology. We had the excited converts who wanted to figure out what this AI could do and how to use it immediately. We also had the doomsayers who saw the sky falling on journalism and media again. And we had a lot of executives who wanted us techies to get on top of it to figure it out. And that it was pretty ephemeral. Most projects we take on are well-defined development projects. Here's the starting point. Here's where you need to be. It should take 2 days, a week, six weeks. Here are your tickets, go. But figuring out AI was, of course, different. It's a research and development project with a less definable end and a murky journey to get there. There's lots of reading and watching and trying to understand and learn. There's ideas and some coding. We knew where we were starting from, but we had no idea where exactly we wanted to go. We had to get used to saying, I don't know. We had to get used to the idea that after a few days, a few weeks worth of work on something, the outcome could be nothing more than a few bits and bytes for the scrap heap. And that had to be okay. That didn't always feel right to those of us used to having a regular measure of our productivity. And it still doesn't feel quite right, if I'm honest. So where do we start? This is probably a good spot for a quote from someone famous. This one's pretty good. By Saturday Night Live's creator, Lorne Michaels. To me, there's no creativity without boundaries. If you're going to write a sonnet, it's 14 lines, so it's solving the problem within the container. In a nutshell, we needed that container. Guidelines to help us traverse the landscape. If you don't know what's off limits, or if you don't have an idea of what people want, where do you start? One of the biggest challenges in a media company grappling with a new technology like AI comes right off the bat. Trying to decide what you do and don't want it to do in the absence of knowing quite what it's capable of. Fortunately, a bunch of very smart editors and directors and vice presidents came together and talked about how AI could serve the greater mission of our company and established guidelines for how the company as a whole could use it. I won't go deep into the details, but I wanted to share some of the overarching principles we use to guide the company. And to be sure, plenty of other companies have published their own guidelines. As a developer who started out as a journalist, with all the mission-driven idealism that implies, I think these in particular are pretty important. What will not change is our commitment to transparency and maintaining the highest ethical, legal, and journalistic standards. We require the same high standards of all our editorial content and other products and services, regardless of whether generative AI is used. Consistent with PMC's core principles, original content, no substitutions, the use of AI tools to write or fact-check written editorial content or similar audio-visual content, such as podcasts and interviews, is strictly prohibited. All approved uses of generative AI tools in public-facing contexts or materials should be disclosed to the reader. How do those principles play out? Let me give you a real-time example. I didn't use AI to write my presentation, but I did use it by the way of the tools I'm demonstrating to create some of the images you're seeing. Here are a couple more principles. PMC trade secrets or confidential business information may not be uploaded on any AI system. And do not use tools to make hiring decisions or for performance reviews. Our company's guidelines document also encouraged people to experiment with approved generative AI to make employees work easier. All of this adds up to a starting point. I was told it's a rule that you can't have an AI presentation without at least one slide of the Terminator or reference to Skynet. So now we got it out of the way. But seriously, this reference has become kind of a meme for all those who fear that AI is going to use the cliche, take over the world and replace human beings. And speaking of that, I wanted to address this concern head on. We certainly struggled with it inside our company. As I mentioned, there were folks concerned that AI was going to replace writers and other creatives. And as I explained, our policy prohibits the scary generative part of generative AI. But at the same time, that's central to the technology itself. It's an accurate term. Unlike big data models, which tracked and predicted patterns and possibilities, these new AI models actually generate new data, images, and text based on what they were trained on. So how does a creative enterprise that values its talent use Skynet for good? Is that even possible? We think it is. That's because we're using AI within narrow and thoughtful constraints. Consistent with our principles, we're not generating new content in the sense of creating images or writing articles. Instead, we're trying to create tools to help folks with their work. The tools become our assistants. And in that light, we started using the term assistive AI when discussing how we use the technology. To some, it may seem like a difference without a distinction, but we feel it telegraphs what it is we're actually trying to introduce. So what are some of the challenges of making assistive AI work for a big media company like PMC? For context, some information about the company. We have a team of almost 30 engineers across 23 sites that publish 12 million words a month. We have a big internet presence and a lot of sensitive data, and we need to employ AI carefully and with rigor. And this leads to the first conundrum that we faced in trying to incorporate it into our business practices. It goes back to this line in our AI guidance document. PMC trade secrets or confidential business information may not be uploaded on any AI system. At first blush, this seems like a pretty intimidating, pretty limiting rule, and something that runs counter to the instructions to experiment with AI to make employees work easier. How can you get help with a deck or summarize unpublished reporting if you don't give the AI access somehow? Am I allowed to paste code fragments into an AI so it can explain it to me and help write some tests? People in general have lots of concerns about how these models are trained. Perhaps unsurprisingly, there's a lack of trust and a lack of clarity about whether things we put into an AI chat are being used to train the next system or tune the current one. Also unsurprisingly, a number of lawsuits have been filed about copyrighted materials being used inappropriately in training the models and even voicing them. But thankfully, there's a little bit more to that core rule I mentioned, and it gives us a little more freedom. PMC trade secrets or confidential business information may not be uploaded on any AI system except our Chat PMC environment. Chat PMC, that's kind of starting point part 2. Those smart editors and visionaries who met and came up with our guidelines foresaw that the only way to safely implement AI would be to create our own. So we created a chat interface using Microsoft Azure AI Studio with a closed instance of ChatGPT that only PMC employees can use. We started with ChatGPT 3.5 and now we're up to GPT-4 Turbo. You also need access to PMC systems in order to sign into it, so it's pretty locked down. Once it launched, people went to town. There were lots of attempts at improving presentations, creating documentation and how-tos and templates, research, creating macros and formulas for Excel. But we wondered, could we make it even easier for editors and writers to use? So we found a plugin from the WordPress agency HumanMade called AI Plugin that did a bunch of AI things. We really liked the chat sidebar in that plugin. Given the licensing, we were able to pull the sidebar out, reskin it, and get it chatting with our chat PMC instead of OpenAI's ChatGPT. When editors use the sidebar, we start the chat by sending a brand-specific prompt along with the text of the story and the headlines as part of the initial instructions to the AI. Now the editor can talk about the article right there. They might ask for 3 headlines for a story, or they might ask, are there any additional questions you would ask? Making Chat PMC easier for our editors to use allows them to shift their workloads towards the stuff that's actually generative, that is, the stuff only humans can do. It means they can spend less time on the less stimulating parts of their job, like proofreading, and apply all that time towards more creative pursuits, the parts they love most about their jobs. Making Chat PMC editor-friendly also meant that we've been able to empower them to experiment with it and come up with solutions that we wouldn't have thought of. In other words, it prompted them to think differently about their jobs. For instance, the staff at one of our publications, Deadline, started working on their prompts and were able to turn the sidebar into a helpful style guide and editing tool to do some proofreading and line editing, checking grammar and punctuation. Another publication, Billboard, has a Spanish language version of their site called Billboard Español. It does have original writing, but a lot of the stories and lists are translated from the main site by a team of editors. After some testing, the Billboard Español editors determined that while not perfect, Chat PMC was good enough for a first pass translation. I want to be clear that Chat PMC is just doing the first pass. Each translation still goes through the human editing process, but this streamlining makes a difference. Billboard Español editor Sigel Ratner Arias estimates that the automated translation is saving anywhere from 5 to 20 minutes per story, depending on how complicated the story is. How does this add up? They post around 50 items a day, and well over half of those are translated items. If automated translation saves, by conservative estimate, 5 minutes per piece, our staff at this publication is saving more than 2 hours a day. What does this gain time represent? Maybe it means the editors can translate or write another handful of stories, or they have time to edit one of those complicated pieces to make it really sing. We were able to make it a little more efficient. We improved the workflow a bit by adding a button so they can create a copy of a story with all the assets already assigned. We increased the maximum length of the translation that can be returned by Chat PMC. But for a long time, it still involved a lot of copying and pasting. So we thought, what if instead we had a button that took all the fields we wanted translated at once, body text, title, excerpt, the SEO fields, and sent them to ChatGPT or Chat PMC, and updated the post with the translation. Well, it turns out Azure has a dedicated translation API. Here you go. Right now, it just does Spanish, but we license sites internationally. What could this mean for productivity and licensing if we added an Italian translation or a Korean translation? Another challenge we've been tackling is SEO. Good SEO requires nuance, and some editors nail it while others just fill out the fields so they can publish the story. Both editorial and our SEO team had asked for tools to make it easier to produce and improve its quality. So we brainstormed. What if we had a tool that made it easier to come up with SEO titles and descriptions, especially if we could make the sites with lower performing SEO perform better with the same or even less work? We found a company called Noda. They have their own paid SEO plugin. It analyzes the article, spits out a few choices for SEO and slug, and can generate keywords for your story, create a bullet point summary, and it can also create some additional social sharing content. We experimented with Noda and found it didn't quite work right away for us straight out of the box. Why? We have specific needs, and the new plugin wasn't meeting them. We have best practices and guidelines established over the years by our SEO rock stars, and also some of the brands really stick to their editorial voice even in their SEO tagging. This plugin couldn't even match headline case correctly. So we had a meeting with Noda, showed them a short deck comprised of headlines and summaries generated by their tool, and the choices our editors used instead, along with information about why they made the choices they did. The company heard our concerns and offered us a proposal. Pick one brand. Send us so many thousands of posts in their metadata, the top X organic performing, the bottom Y organic performing, the top Z performing per social network, and we'll train a model for you. They were excited to have something challenging to do. So how did this turn out? We don't know yet. We're still in the fine-tuning stage and haven't put it into production yet. But we're excited to have a partner sculpting the technology to our specific needs, and the process has taught us a lot. This turned out to be another lesson in AI adaptation. Sometimes when you have really specific needs, the technology will be clumsy until it gets to know you. Another plugin we looked at is called Classify. It's by 10up, another pretty well-known WordPress agency. Out of the box, it almost did everything we wanted. Title suggestions, check. Auto tagging and categorization, check. Image alt text and caption writing, check. 10up had been working on this for a while, so it had a bunch of different tools built in that really appealed to us, but it wasn't quite right. PMC's general philosophy is to buy a solution when possible instead of building it in-house to benefit from others' expertise and efficiency. So we contracted with 10up to build in a few things that would bring the tools up to where we wanted. For instance, we needed to be able to replace some service providers with the equivalents from our preferred vendor, Azure. Instead of creating default options, we wanted to be able to be offered multiple options and given the opportunity to choose the best one. We weren't asking for anything proprietary, so 10up could release any feature they built with us as part of the plugin, making the plugin more useful for everyone. Remember how I said if you make it easy to try new things, people start thinking differently? After the initial work was completed, 10up came to us with some of their own ideas for new features for the Classify plugin. Right now, they're finalizing a pretty cool Smart 404 page that uses AI and Elasticsearch to anticipate what information you're trying to find if you landed on a non-existent URL. This feature would ideally suggest more accurate choices than what WordPress search alone can provide. And this got us thinking too. In order to use the Smart 404 feature, we need to create embeddings for each post. Embeddings are vectors, numerical representations of each of the words in a post, similar to how you can use latitude and longitude, which is a vector consisting of two numbers to identify a city. You can use a vector to identify a word, except those vectors can consist of hundreds of numbers. And the vectors will be different depending on context. For instance, the vector for the word Taylor will be different whether you're talking about national treasure Taylor Swift or local delicacy Taylor ham. You can then find two related posts based on how similar the map of vectors is, like how you can tell how close two cities are by comparing the latitude and longitude of each city. This is how I understand it. It's complicated math. So if we can generate these embeddings for all our content for these Smart 404 pages, maybe we can use the same idea to replace or improve our site search. And then what? Maybe we can improve the widgets that suggest similar stories and help keep readers on a site. Perhaps on our e-commerce sites, we could show potential shoppers additional products similar to the one they're currently looking at. Over the past year, we've evaluated more than 100 AI tools, WordPress plugins, chatbot vendors, and coding tools. Some of these evaluations have just been reading documents or watching a vendor demo, and some have been more involved. So what's the takeaway? AI provides new ways of finding information and automating certain editorial tasks in ways that can seem almost like magic. What AI does not provide is a one-size-fits-all solution. You need to figure out what you need and what kind of solution works for you. First, I think you need to figure out what it is you want to gain. Create posts, create images, make it easier for readers to find those posts and images. Do you want it to tag and categorize your posts for you? Identify people in your images? Then how do you measure success? Do you want to save time? How much time? Are you trying to boost interactions with each post? And how much gain makes it worth a significant investment in time in getting the AI tool you're using to where you want it to be? It doesn't have to be expensive. Usually you can use the free tier of Microsoft or OpenAI services to get a sense of whether the AI plugins you're using are good enough to spring for the next level. I recommend starting with what you already know and use. For instance, both Yoast and Jetpack have AI-enabled features. If you use those plugins, maybe give their AI-enabled versions a test drive. If you're comfortable with code, you can really get your hands dirty running some experiments with free models, but you do need a fair amount of disk space because they're not small. But you can run those on your laptops pretty well. And if you don't find what you need today, come back next quarter or in 6 months. This field is evolving constantly. And even if you do find something you like, it might still be worth taking another look in 6 months. And just because I talked about it and it works for us doesn't mean it's right for you. By the same token, something that we ruled out might work perfectly for your needs. It helps to consider the big picture. What's your overall goal, and is there some way in which the technology could help you get there in a way you never could have anticipated? It may mean a total departure from how your company has always done things, and that's not a bad thing. Adapting AI to make it easier for our writers and editors to tell stories is way better than waiting for Skynet to take over the world. That's all I have.
We're going to open up for some questions. So if anyone has questions, you could please come down.
Excuse me. Oops.
So you guys built your own AI using tools from Microsoft.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all housed on your own servers. What kind of resources because you had said something.
Well, it's housed on Microsoft servers. It's just a closed instance, so it's I think a few $100 a month to run it, but it's not. I think that includes the server. It's the hosting that it's on. That's just a Flask app.
So it's a SaaS?
Yes.
Hi. All right, so Chat PMC is, I don't really understand. It's like a separate language model, but it's infused with information from, from PMC's publications, right? So it'll have all the information that's in Rolling Stone and Billboard that other language models would not have access
Not yet.
to, right?
Not yet.
But that's the goal.
That's the goal ultimately. It's a sort of a vanilla Chat GPT instance that Microsoft offers, and ultimately we want to train it on our content and use it for fun stuff.
So mind blown, great presentation. I tweeted out that like more people in WordPress need to learn with this because AI is where it's at. I work in sales. Almost every conversation starts with, so what are you doing with AI? Like it's not going away. How did you within Penske Media Corp, like you talked about, like there were the people going, yes, we want to do this, the people going, no, bad, and then like the people in between. How did you all, like, I guess people are still somewhat in those containers. Mm-hmm. What have you done to kind of change people's minds or get people on board? Like, what does that look like with an organization kind of being like, yes, this is not as scary and bad as you think it is?
There's lots of conversations that are happening with those editors and sort of our senior staff on the digital side and corporate side who are in favor of it, trying to not force anybody into using it, but explaining that it's not going away and that it's something that we're using in different areas of the company, and we're not doing the things that you're afraid of. I mean, even that Chat PMC sidebar, one brand did not want anything to do with it, so we wrote additional permissions so that they don't have access to it at all on their site, and 3 months later they came back and they agreed that okay, we'll let certain editors in and just to see what it's like.
Were your first convertees your developers, your content creators? Like who were the first people to be like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm on board? Like what was the first group to really just, I guess the group that's minds were easily changed and being like, yes, I'm hopping on board this train? What was that constituency looking like?
A lot of those folks, well, from where I sit, it was project and engineers were super into it. From our VP talking to other departments, it turns out that everybody was into it. Like there were a lot of sales folks, a lot of planners that were trying to see what it could do, how it could improve, their pitches, their emails.
Cool. All right, thanks.
Yeah. Sure.
So, what was the biggest obstacle in building this project? And if you can say, what was your role there? And what did you find the hardest point for yourself?
The biggest obstacle, I think, was just not knowing what it is we wanted to create, what we needed to create. And there was a lot of just kind of running off after something shiny over there and something shiny over there, and trying to figure out what a practical use was. So I was involved with, personally was involved with a lot of these evaluations, just throwing something up on a test site and playing around with it, seeing what it could do. And that included identifying some like coding tools that we do use as engineers as well. Frankly, incorporating some of this stuff into our site, the hardest part is for me is figuring out the Gutenberg stuff because I don't know it. But working with API, a lot of it's working with APIs, which is fairly straightforward.
Hello. Hey, Dan. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. So we've been doing similar stuff with, we built our own stuff prior to ChatGPT, and everything you started off seems like exactly what we did at our company. So wonderful to see another, you don't know what other companies are doing, so it's good to get that insight and see that as well. The question I had was that right now, we create content in, I think, a similar scale, maybe some have slightly lesser, but from our experience, AI content hasn't done too well, so we use AI for other tasks. So one of the things, our writers and editors, when they provide a piece of content and, the writers and the editor looks at it, we actually check if it's AI detectable, and if it is, we send it back like, you need to rewrite this. And so our focus is to make sure that content isn't written by AI, but it seemed like you started that way, but towards the end, towards the middle, you're now using AI. So what's your experience with search engine? We do fantastic with search engine ranking. So, but with AI content, pages start dropping off. Right. So we stay away from that as much as possible. So what's your experience on that?
Well, we're not using AI to generate content. It's not creating posts, it's not creating images. So we don't have to worry about that. Obviously, I know other editors at other places where they've had those conversations with people who are trying to get away with something and are using AI to help write. So we've also done some testing on some of the various AI detection services. So we haven't quite figured out what to do with that yet, but a lot of the editors are pretty, they're aware of what folks are writing, so they sort of handle those suspicions, I think, on their own, without it sort of becoming a bigger company issue. Yeah.
So you have a question mark like that, you're trying to figure out where?
Well, with that particular service, right, which is intended just to create headlines and titles and do some of the blurbs and stuff that'll go out on social media services.
Good morning. My name is Robert Allen, co-host of the Between Over and X podcast. There's a couple of things at play here. From the corporate perspective, right, which you play in, AI you know, the elephant in the room is it's going to replace us and we're going to lose our jobs. So I think some of the things at play are that employees may not be willing to admit just how useful AI is and what they do for fear that they may put themselves out of a job. As an entrepreneur who makes all the decisions, who's not worried about losing their job, AI has changed everything for us. We launched our first podcast in 2005. There was no such thing as AI. It was real intelligence. So summaries, transcripts, articles, pull quotes was something that we did manually. It took hours and hours and hours. Now that has changed everything for us. So Holly and I run the whole business ourselves using AI, and we don't want to give it up, right? It's helped us. So the challenge becomes what you touched on and making it known to everyone. So I don't know if anyone realizes, but like YouTube right now has added a tick box that you have to say, was this created in any way with AI? So how honest are people going to be to say, hey, gee, you know what, we used AI to generate our transcript and all. So where does that line come in? You know, as to, did you use AI to create the content or to make the content better or to, you know, make the workflow better? So there's so many issues at play here that, you know, being on the bleeding edge, and we're all really here on the bleeding edge of this, right? AI is on everyone's lips, but if you ask the average person, what does it mean? You know, they might refer to the Terminator.
Right.
So, you know, from the corporate's perspective, what's being done to handle the whole philosophy of AI rather than what it does? It's what can it do? How can it actually help us? So I don't know if there's an answer to that, but you know, I think all of this just creates more and more questions. And you know, I'm glad I'm here at the beginning of it because I'd rather learn from the mistakes than have to catch up because this is moving at lightning speed. So just your thoughts on any.
I mean, the adage is there's technology is neither good nor evil. It's just how you use it. I mean, I think that plays a large part in this right now. You can use it to make those transcripts, identify those pull quotes way faster, get more stuff out, or have more time to go for a walk or something, you know, depending on what your values are. There's also plenty of disinformation of the deep fakes and stuff like that, and that's a nefarious use that's, you know, right now can be fairly easy to detect, but it's only going to get harder and harder. You know, I don't know. It's going to come down to how people use it, and you know, I don't know what sort of legislation will come down the pipe about that, but you know, I think there's a lot of people on both sides that are trying to figure out what it can do and what we need it to not do, and how to protect us against it.
If I can, I'm here because I started a WordPress site about probably 8-9 months ago to help small businesses, and this group's been helpful with that, very helpful. And I still need a lot of help, quite frankly, and with some YouTube videos that we've gotten up on that, and that's grown pretty well. But at that time, judges were putting up warnings that if you were using AI, you had to inform them of the fact that AI was being used for assistance. Since that time, the ABI has now issued a rule that indicates lawyers have to stay abreast of developing technologies, and there's statements being issued in every state that if you are not up to speed and aren't using developing technologies, it will be malpractice. So we've gone full circle where not using these technologies seems like it's going to be, for lawyers, malpractice. So that shows you how fast this has turned, probably in 6 months. So this is sort of where the world's going. And I think that what you're talking about is exactly where we're going. So it's evolving so quickly in the world where law, which is probably the slowest moving profession in the world, is coming around to this too.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show where we are. I'd like to know exactly how you managed to get the closed circuit AI into your system and exactly what the cost was of that in total, because that was the most fascinating thing you talked about to me.
I don't know what the exact price was, but it was, I think as far as the time from when we identified it to when we had something going, it was, a few weeks.
Really?
Yeah, everything is pretty, the services that provide, the Microsoft that we use, OpenAI, and other providers, I think they have, especially Microsoft has it down to a pretty easy, click a few things and you've got your environment set up. And that, the cost comes in when you're training and trying to add your own content and improve your version of it. And that takes time and some money. But we did, I was talking about these embeddings that we're looking at doing. To do that for 10 years worth of content or so was looking at like, less than $500, to run all that stuff for a month. So, yeah, I was surprised.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi. So I've been involved in AI for many, many years, through several iterations. One of the things that doesn't seem to be taken account of now, I'm just interested in your opinion on this, is the cost structure. Because right now, it's all being discounted. So you're using Microsoft services. They're giving huge discounts, just like they did on SaaS services 10 years ago, to encourage people to come on board. And then they're going to lock them in. Do you have any concerns about when that discounting goes away from Microsoft or OpenAI and so on, that the cost is just going to ramp up, and suddenly what looked good doesn't look so good?
Right.
It's happened with AWS as well. Whenever you scale up, the costs start to go out of control unless you know what you're doing. So do you have any concerns, any sort of measures and so on to take account of that?
Me, no, but we have folks that do that. That's kind of a glib answer, but I'm sure, once you're locked into a system, it becomes harder to get out, and right, they can take advantage of that and raise the prices. The compute, the compute power and stuff like that requires to build these things is going to get passed on at some point.
Right, yeah, exactly. And at the moment, they're taking heavy losses, billions
Right.
and billions of dollars of heavy losses to
Right.
support. And as usage goes up, that's only going to make this worse. So.
Yeah. I don't really have any thoughts on that.
The other thing, just coming back to what people were talking about, labeling content, I believe there's a number of bills going through at the moment. California and I think New York are trying to introduce bills to make it mandatory to label any content
Sure.
that was generated using AI, which also begs the question, was it all generated by AI or was AI assisting in the generation? Do you still have to label it?
Right.
But that seems to be one of the things happening.
Right.
Regulatory.
In the Pulitzers this past year, they as part of the application, they did have they wanted people to let them know if they used any AI as part of their preparation of the entries, and it turned out there were a bunch of nominees and winners that did use some sort of AI, but it was training models to look through legal documents, police reports, for phrases that that they were able to use, and they did disclose that. Doing a lot of stuff with imaging and map, identifying. I think it was bomb craters in satellite images, things that would take years for humans to do. They were able to use that technology as part of it, and they did. Disclose that as part of the entry and to the reader as part of the just the information about the story. But 10 years ago, you didn't have to disclose that you did the calculations using Excel or R or Python, but you know that. But now,
But now everyone knows about
Yeah.
AI. People care about it, and all these things are.
Yeah.
Then people didn't care, so you could get away with things now
Right.
becoming so public that it's just not going to be as easy to get away with that,
Right.
that kind of thing. And the whole, I don't know whether you have any notion of an AI governance organization to sort of keep on top of these things and so on, just so that, you know, across the organization, people are doing the right things, they're staying within regulatory requirements as those evolve.
Yeah, we do have an AI committee that does meet with some. I don't know how often they meet, but they do. They stay on top of this and stay on top of the uses within the company and option. You know, sort of what could be coming down in the future, and figuring out how that will force us to evolve and our policies to evolve.
Okay. Thank you.
Everybody, thank you for your questions. Let's give a round of applause for Dan Burko.
Thank you.
Susan Newhouse. She's a web consultant for small to medium businesses in New Jersey. And her talk is how to report SEO to people who don't care. Everyone give a warm welcome to Susan Newhouse.
All right. Good morning. This sound all right? I'm good? Excellent. Really nice to see you here. Like Caleb said, my name is Susan, and I'll be talking about strategies for communicating with people who don't like SEO or SEO data. For those who are new to this, SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization, and that's an umbrella term for anything you do to your website that makes it do better in search. And that can include the pictures and the words you put on the page. That can include the information you feed to search engines. That can include how well the page functions, how many people link to your site. So there's a lot of nuances to it. Who might not care about SEO is a question I was asked when I was going through this. I know some web designers and developers who find SEO and SEO considerations annoying. I know website owners who are technically averse and don't feel like spending a lot of time. They just want you to make things work. And these customers, like I said, want to do better in search. They just don't really want to see how the sausage is made. Okay, I am a website consultant. I work with content designers and web developers and businesses who don't have an internal SEO or UX UI services. I consult on websites that from solopreneurs up to multi-million-dollar companies. I started out as a print designer, and then I learned HTML, and when it came along, I learned CSS. I built websites when they were much simpler, and it was common to have one person build and manage a website. At the time, the job title was webmaster, which I was never really crazy about, and I'm actually pretty sure it's some sort of Dungeons and Dragons reference. So, SEO, UX, CMS, I'm not sure which of these apply to me. Fortunately, I think the difference between these specialties is virtually invisible to people outside our business. You do websites, my website has a problem, you solve it. They don't care if it's SEO, UX, or back end. They just want it solved. So some of the principles I'm talking about today will bleed over into other specialties and will hopefully be helpful in other website consulting scenarios. I love this. For the uninitiated, this is a map of how people work their way through a website, where they come in, where they drop out. Over on this side, this is a report, by the way, you can get in Google Analytics. And this is the basic report, kind of the example. What you can do is add segments. You can take it apart by paid traffic, mobile traffic, tablet traffic. You can find out where your users are from. There's just, for me, there's hours and hours of fun here messing around with data and seeing how it affects my website. Love it. My client does not. My customer is focused on adding value to her company, and she has no time or patience for the nuances and options of user data. She would not think that exploring that data was fun. About the terms today, I use client and customer pretty much interchangeably, and I mean anyone that you have to report to about a website, not necessarily the people visiting your website to buy t-shirts or fill out forms, but the people you report to. So, your customers don't want your search data and analytics. They're really looking for results. And there are 4 principles you can apply that will take the data that you are lovingly working with and make it easy and direct for the people you're talking to. First is to prioritize the customer. Second principle is to showcase the benefits. Third is to ask respectfully when you need something. And the fourth is to practice self-care. Number one, prioritize the customer. Clients have 99 problems, and you want to make sure you're not one. So I'm going to go through some points at the beginning, but then I'll go through each of these points in a little more detail as we go forward. So some of the parts of a customer-friendly report are knowing your stakeholder, building trust with the people you're reporting to. You want to make your focus be their goals. Use their vocabulary whenever you can. And simplify. And last but not least, don't hide bad news. So this is important, especially if your customer is a new coworker or someone you haven't worked with before. You can ask who is looking at your reporting, even if it's a bunch of people, just ask who they are. Ask what their role is, because different roles are going to have different interests in the information. Sales might have a different interest than marketing, who might have a different interest than engineering. And if you can, look them up on LinkedIn or Facebook or X or Mastodon. Are they a new graduate with a fresh marketing degree? Are they a seasoned engineer? Are they a business owner with a background in healthcare who's never looked at a website before and just been thrown into the role? Each of these people are going to bring different expectations and needs to your communications. And if you were introduced to the client, you can ask the person who introduced you for a little more information. Everything helps. This might seem unimportant compared to the hard data, the focus that you have, but this is especially important if you're in search engine optimization, because there's a lot of competing messages out there. There are even some kind of shady practitioners. I don't know about you, but I get at least a dozen emails a week from someone who's looked at my website and they can improve it and just click on this link. And I know my customers are getting those sites too. So taking time to build trust with your customers helps you differentiate yourself from the randos who are emailing them. You can begin with customer testimonials on your website. You know, anytime you do something that a customer is happy with, ask them for a testimonial, ask them for permission to use it. You can back those up with numbers. The last campaign resulted in 40% more clicks in organic search. But it can take time to establish trust. And how you continue to work with them can either build or erode that trust throughout the relationship. Your first priority is to adopt their priority. Even if you know in your heart of hearts the best way to start this project is to do a complete website overview with keyword mapping to every single page, but your customer is really worried about form abandonment, take care of the form first, and then make your case to your customer that you want to do the whole site overview. You want to focus on their business goals. You can ask about what they want out of their website. Ask directly. And if they give you a vague answer, we just want to make money, then just agree with them. Absolutely, we should get you more customers, but then keep asking questions. What kind of people are you looking for? What do you want them to buy when you get to your site? What do you see coming up? Eventually, you're going to get to a picture of what success looks like to them. You can even ask them directly what success will look like at the end of this project. You want to use their language. Do they call form completions requests for quotation? Then you call them RFQs, requests for quotations. when you're reporting. That's going to make it easier for them to understand, and anything that gets your message across faster is to your benefit. Out here, Vitaly Freeman of Smashing Magazine, does anybody get Smashing Magazine? They're a UX-based group. He pointed out that business jargon is often adversarial, bordering on violent. Like, people talk about capturing eyeballs and destroying the competition. And this language isn't always comfortable for SEO and UX professionals. So there's no need to go that far and get into language that you're uncomfortable with. His secret is to create a narrative that includes both the purpose and the outcomes, and then it becomes very clear to the customer. Throughout this presentation, I have asked other professionals what their tips are. And, you know, because I'm one person, I have only one view of the whole thing, so bringing in other people was important to me. You guys here, while you're listening, if you come up with suggestions, I'll have some time at the end for you to share tips and tricks and things that have worked for you. Okay. Oops. Yes, I did that. This is from Michael Gray. He's a website analyst. Some clients get worried that they don't know how to speak analytics jargon or don't know all the metric names. I put them at ease and ask them to tell me in their own words what they are looking for. This is the ideal scenario. That said, some clients can't or won't fill you in. In that business speak, it's called building your parachute on the way down, which sounds like an absolutely horrible idea, unless you're already on your way down with no parachute, and then it's literally your only move. So if you're developing communications for a client by trial and error, expect that there will be communications that aren't as effective as you'd like. Be honest with your client and kind to yourself as you refine the communications going on. And don't use jargon if you can help it. Words like heuristics, CTRs, and affordance, they aren't clear to people outside our industry. You want to try describing what happened in everyday terms, like people clicked on our link in search. And affordance might be giving users a cue. Whatever you think will work, but I find this very hard because I'm so used to using the words, but it's worth a try. Your clients are busy. They've got 100 emails this morning and a key employee just quit or whatever. So the faster you can make your point and the clearer you can be about your recommendation, the better. First, write your message. At least that's my thing. I write the message as if I were going to speak it, and then I go through and take out all the extra words. I root out vague terms, and then I do it again. So let's get the pen here. I was noticing that, that's pretty much, you know, obvious, that our click rate is really low for this blog post. Well, that's way too vague. So you just continue on in that matter until you've got it shorter. Walk away for a few minutes, come back and do it again. So what you ideally want to end up with is something very short, very specific, very declarative. The best practices blog post isn't getting many clicks. I'd like to investigate. Done. And don't hide bad news. No one wants to tell a customer that their site went down, or that the data stopped flowing to Google Analytics, or the testers hated your new landing page. Okay, I have to stop here because every time I practiced this slide, I would stumble over it, and it's because I have PTSD. Last year, I got COVID and it hit me hard, so I was in bed for 10 days. When I was back in the office, I was looking at Google Search Console and the graph of pages that are indexed for search, and the graph went, doop, and I had a heart attack. What could I have done? Literally, I swear my hair was on fire. How could I have done anything? I was in bed for 10 days. After about a week and a half of research and working with my web host, it turns out that they had upgraded the server with the website on it from Apache to Nginx, and in interpreting the htaccess file that had all my redirects, it had gotten all scrambled. So my web host was literally telling Google not to index any of my pages. I was horrified, and I was so angry. I worked with the web host to get some compensation for my customer because, this is a business. That has an impact. So when I went to the customer, I told them what happened in as clear as I could, because it's kind of a technical thing. I explained that their search data wasn't going to be good for another month or so. I told them how I was going to get their pages searched as quickly as possible. And I told them that I had gone to bat for them and gotten them some compensation when something went wrong. So the upside, I'm still working with them today. They took it all in stride. And I didn't tell them my hair was on fire. I kept it as calm and professional as possible. So principle number 2, showcase the benefits. So you want to choose the best fit for your customer. Give them the kind of report that works best in their workday, their way of looking at things. So, apologies to Marshall McLuhan, the medium is the message. So you want to give them options. Show them only important metrics. You want to write a summary so that they have a choice how much to get into the data. You want to apply user experience principles like the don't make me think. Oops. This again is Michael Gray. I offer clients either a dynamic analytics report, where clients have the ability to choose their own date range, or a snapshot in time for a certain date range. And this is, for UX practitioners, this is the happy path, the ideal way that things should happen. And we all know things don't always unfold the way we want them to, so if you don't get clear preferences from customers when you ask them what kind of report you want, just use the following concepts and keep revising until you get what works for you too. Some of the options I've talked to other professionals use is dashboards, slideshows, PDFs, in-person meetings, Zoom meetings. I have one customer who likes getting Microsoft Word doc reports. Works for her, it's all good. I want to share only important metrics, because too many metrics can make a report chaotic. You can keep your eye on impressions, click-throughs, bounce rates, but share only those metrics that either relate to your customer's priorities or support the story that you're trying to tell them. For instance, if they want more newsletter subscribers, you've looked at the data and they rank well in organic search, their click-through rate is healthy, but people bounce before signing out. So just show them the bounce rate and explain that the other two metrics are satisfactory. Writing a summary, and while you provide more data, lets the client decide if they need just the overview or if they want to take a deeper dive. Providing the data behind that summary builds trust. It shows that you have the data to back up your conclusions, and it also demonstrates that you're evaluating this ton of data so that they don't have to. Pam Onks-Cronin, I know she's been part of this group, says, when providing SEO clients with a standard report, we always include a plain language summary. Oops. The summary states in simple terms what has changed, why we think it may have changed, and what we think they should do about it. Okay, apply UX principles. So the idea here is just don't make them work to get your point. Here's an example of how you might do that. This is a slide made in Google Slides, but provided to the customer as a PDF attachment to an email. and it's talking about an on-page SEO campaign. So first, we have the headline, what we did and why we did it. New keywords to get more click-throughs. Next, there's a picture of the web page, so they don't have to click through anything. They don't have to remember what every page in their website looks like. But I do link this up, so if they want to click to the live site, they can. Then there's a one-sentence or two-sentence summary of where the campaign is right now. So when working on the chart, I make it as simple and clean as possible. Very few lines, clean fonts, bright colors for the bands themselves. And I only include the numbers for the first and last bars. The client can certainly see that there's been changes in there, but this way the whole thing isn't cluttered up with a number for each bar. So principle number 3 is to ask respectfully when you want something. Another way to say that is to ask in a way that makes it easy for them to answer. You need to be very clear about what it is you want. Ask only 1 or 2 questions at a time. Offer solutions if that's appropriate. Consider their schedule and make it easy for them to respond to you. So clearly state what you need. And this might be as simple as in an email starting the subject line with decision or choose layout or exactly what you're looking for. Mention a deadline if there is a real one, but don't make up a deadline to get a response because people can see through that stuff, and that's one of those things that can erode that trust that you're working on building. Ask only 1 or 2 questions and be specific. Would you like me to add our website to the listings on bizlistings.co is better than, we could add our website to the listings on bizlist.co and then repurpose an article on proofreading.com or swap links with our supplier. What do you think? It's going to be easier for them to respond to the first one. So, if it's appropriate, offer solutions with estimates because everything has a cost. Even if you're working in-house with someone, and so they're not going to have to, put up a credit card for something. There's time, there's their time, there's another department's time. So, and clients really need that to make the best decision for them. So here's a sample. Let's assume content needs to be refreshed on a page. So you might give them one choice. We'll rewrite the page description. That's a short turnaround, won't take much time, absolutely no additional cost. We can re-keyword the text. That'll take slightly longer delivery time. Again, no additional cost. Or we can hire an expert to rewrite the page. That's a much longer time frame, and it will have additional cost. It's okay if at this first I'm throwing out ideas stage, if these are vague. Because then if the customer says they're interested, well, how much will it cost to get a writer? Then you can go out and get more detailed information. Well, the writer can fit you in a month, and it's going to cost this, but you don't need all of that right away. Sometimes I just do easy, medium, hard, and just to get it started. Because they need to know, they're the ones who know the value to them of what you're doing. So you want to consider their schedule. Never ask for anything first thing Monday morning or last thing Friday afternoon, unless it's an emergency, of course. And the same goes for the first day back from vacation. And it's okay to ask a client for their schedule. You can do something like, I can have that report ready for you next week. What day is best? And if you're on a longer project, the website redesign will take about 6 months. Do you have any vacations or trips that we should work around? You want to make it easy to respond. Always add your name and contact information to emails, to your reports, to everything. Make sure they know how to get in touch with you. Last but not least, staying sane and healthy. You can't let your desire to do good work or great work undermine your mental health. Paul Boeg, who's a website consultant and trainer, wrote a recent blog post about his coaching business, and he said he often feels more like a therapist than a coach. Many of us work alone. We're freelancers or work-from-home employees. Sometimes we're SEO or UX departments of one. And we're the only people in your company who knows anything about your specialty. So it can be hard to stay motivated and upbeat when you feel like you're always accommodating other people with your communications. But we can do hard things if we give ourselves credit when it's due, if we don't take no personally, if you learn to express your concerns and then let them go, and take time to expand your network. Right. I've realized that others not adopting my ideas or approach didn't mean they undervalued me or my work. It simply meant they had different factors to consider or approach the work from another perspective. And that's from Paul Boeg's blog post. So, partial victories count. It would be a mistake to dwell on the 2 suggestions that weren't implemented when you could pat yourself on the back for the one that was. Did the client take one of your suggestions? It's a win. Your client is not going to take all of your suggestions. In my experience, they never do. You need some satisfaction that you have provided them with good work. Don't take no personally. Sometimes there are things your customer is taking into account that you know nothing about. If you get turned down for a project or a suggestion and you feel it's appropriate, you can ask for some feedback. It's certainly worth doing a post-mortem so you can improve your offerings the next time, but you are not your work. They said no to a proposal or misunderstood a report. You are still a competent professional. You want to express your concerns and let go. So we're going to do a thought experiment. I want you to hold out your hand like a cup, or imagine you're holding out your hand like a cup, and think about how much sand you can have in that open hand. Now let's clench really tight and make a fist. You can't have any sand in that fist. So clenching and grasping can end up giving you less to offer your customers, less health for yourself. And lastly, expand your network. Because we are often isolated, it's really important to come to things like this, to chat people up. This way you know that your specialty is understood and that you have value. But I see you're already onto this because you're here today, and I'm looking forward to talking with you between sessions. So, just to recap, your customers want results, and the 4 principles to give them that are to prioritize the customer, showcase the benefits, ask respectfully, and practice self-care. Okay, anybody here have any tips they want to share? Yeah. I believe you come up to the microphone.
I work for a large privately held industry. I'm an in-house creative. And I loved your tips today. And so my clients are internal people, right? But I'm going to use a lot of what you said today.
Cool.
I would say I have trouble explaining SEO to HR. Our biggest point right now is recruiting. We're B2B, so we don't do a lot of advertising and stuff. So like when we get a bad comment on Google or those hiring sites like Indeed, they want you to like basically make a blog on their site. They don't want people to like leave your site. So explaining all that to HR is always a challenge. But I was wondering if you had any blogs that you use or books that you read or experts that you reach out to like learn more.
Wow. There's a book that's kind of hard to get, and it's called Flawless Consulting. It's an older book. It's a big, thick book. I mean, it's a lot. I don't think I've ever made it through the whole thing. But I can't remember the guy's name who wrote it. It's definitely called Flawless Consulting. And everything I've gotten out of that book has been gold. It's all soft skills, obviously. It has nothing to do with SEO, but it's that kind of, this is what you can give your customer. Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious how you wrangle, like there's so many different analytic tools, right? You could be in Google Console, you could be in Jetpack. I guess if you've spent a lot of money, you could be in Parsley. How do you, some people log in and then there's this vast universe of like, how do you kind of wrangle people who don't know what they're looking at? Like I presume a lot of your clients have the ability to look at their own analytics. How do you manage that?
Well, that's a good question. It's part of the reason why I contacted other people is because no, for some weird reason, most of my clients won't go any further than like the site, site plugin, the Google site info plugin in WordPress. They don't go any further than that. Oh, the little chart went this way. What does that mean? And other people, I have to beg them to keep a password for their own site just in case they're freelancer hit by a bust syndrome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
So I don't know. Does anybody here have that where they build dashboards for clients and manage it? We'll find somebody. Hi.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
You mentioned doing a manual report.
Yes.
Word. Are there any tools that will automate that or make it a little easier, or do you manually do those things?
Right now, and I know this doesn't scale, I manually do the reports. There are a lot of tools out there. There are Moz.com and SEMrush will make their websites that are basically for SEO people, and they will automate it. Google has products, Looker Studio, I think, and that slide I showed you at the beginning, the I love this slide, those are available to anyone in your Google Analytics. You can make that report. You can make it so that it comes up the same way every month. Yeah, those can be automated, and they can be sent to you automatically once a month.
And then are you going to make your slides today?
Pardon me?
Are you going to share your slides?
Oh, yeah, I guess I can. Hadn't thought about it. Sure.
I forgot one quickly. When you were asking about like tools and talking to HR, I don't like to read a lot of online newsletters because a lot of them are just like bloat, frankly. But the one that I do love reading a lot is the newsletter that's written by the people at Yoast, the Yoast plugin for SEO.
Oh.
And their newsletter is written in non-SEO speak. So I don't necessarily forward it to a client, but I will look in there for a way to explain something to a client that's relative. Or if I want to talk them off of doing something that's like, oh my God, don't do this. And I'm like, it's not just me saying it, it's them saying it. So I've used them as the, backup when they want to maybe start off with a slider with 57 images in it. I use it for that. So sometimes if you're trying to find like something else that Yoast newsletter is really great and that Yoast blog is really great. And because they're Yoast, you can search it really well and find what you're looking for.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Anyone have any tips or questions? Hi.
The Google Space, excellent presentation, I must say.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So the Google Space is always evolving and always changing, right? So in terms of SEO, how do you explain to your client that the Google algorithm actually changed this month? So that's part of the reason why you're not doing the same numbers as before.
Yeah, that's a hard one. Let me repeat that. So if I understood right, your question is, because Google is constantly changing, how do you explain to long-term customers that suddenly the metrics are different?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Yeah, I throw Google under the bus. Um, this is another time where having built up some trust with your client really comes in handy, because I say, you know, I can control what Google does. They just suddenly changed it, and now it's not. What was the last one? It's not goals anymore, but now it's something else. So yeah, I totally throw Google under the bus. Wow, well, thank you guys so much for coming to this and being so responsive. This was really awesome. I have a quick thank you for you. If you can tell me your top competitor or your customer's top competitor, I can tell you their authority, rating, top ranking keywords, and backlink profile. What are the benefits of that, you might ask? They'll be able to understand the market position, sharpen their SEO strategy, and gain insights into what their competitors are doing that works. And I'm happy to white label that report. If you are reporting to clients of yours, I can do the report in a way that has none of my logos on it, so it looks to them like it came from you. But if you want to go to my website, susannewhouse.com, competitive-advantage. The tricky part about my URL is there's two ends in a row, the one at the end of my first name and the one at the end of or at the beginning of my last name. So this is a free offer for a limited time because I'm branching out a little bit, and I'm really, really grateful for you guys' attention today. Oops, nope, that's it. Thank you.
Susan Newhouse, everyone. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We have an exciting talk coming up now. Our next speaker is Timothy Jacobs. He's a software engineer at Stellar WP, where he leads the development of the Solid WP team. He's a WordPress core committer for the REST API component and co-founder of Engine Awesome. His talk today is Let's Kill the Password. Everyone, let's give a very warm welcome to Timothy Jacobs.
Thank you, everyone. So yes, my talk today is about let's kill the password. I'm going to make my pitch to you as to why passwords are dead. They might not be completely dead, but we'll get into it. So some studies have shown that up to 80% of hacking-related breaches end up getting attributed to password compromises of some kind. And I think there's one simple reason for that, and that's because passwords suck. And the reasons why passwords suck are multifold. So let's take a look at some of them. One is people just don't like coming up with strong passwords. We have people that create weak passwords. They'll reuse passwords too. You'll create one password on one site, maybe you'll tweak it a little bit on another site, tweak it a little bit on another site, but if any attacker was looking at a list of leaked passwords, they say, hey, maybe we can try using this Bluehost password for their Chase bank account, because the only thing they changed is Bluehost to Chase. We have stolen passwords, where one password gets stolen because of this password reuse, or because of the fact that, hey, we just changed them, we have a cool little fancy formula that we've invented for ourselves. They get compromised beyond just the initial site that gets attacked. Loads and loads of sites can get attacked when passwords get stolen. And then we have phishing. Oh, excuse me. And then we have phishing. And so the problem with phishing is that it's really difficult to defeat. We're humans after all, and what phishing ends up happening is attackers trick us into giving up our passwords. And because we are entrusted with this random secret that has to be hard to remember because it's random or something like that, it's easy for us to make mistakes. And so we came up with a kind of strategy for this that we've had for a long, long time called two-factor authentication. And it really is like the strongest protection, I'd say up until passkeys, that we have available for us. But it's kind of complicated. And so various studies have seen how many people are actually using two-factor. Microsoft did a study and they found that 22% of Azure Active Directory accounts had strong authentication setup. That seems shockingly low to me, that only 22% have a two-factor, or in their case, they consider passkeys as well strong authentication. And in the UK, a similar study was done across UK firms and found that only 37% of them actually had a policy in place for enforcing two-factor authentication. And I think part of this is because of that confusing user experience. We get this prompt that says, hey, enter in this authentication code. We have to dig into another app. We have to know how to set it up. It's not something that's very easy to teach someone how to use either, and it's kind of slow. And so we've tried to improve these things somewhat. We have our email-based two-factor mechanisms where an email gets sent, but that user experience isn't great either. And this isn't just in the enterprise. This also exists for just regular users who are just going about their day-to-day life. Twitter has or I guess now X, Twitter has a transparency report where they say that 2.6% accounts have two-factor setup. Shockingly low. But kind of the way that we've approached this, it seems, as an industry is not great. You can see there's a general dislike for two-factor across people. I pulled a couple of tweets. The average American wastes 66 years of their life on two-factor authentication. Why does two-factor feel like 17-factor authentication? It's the one thing that I really, really hate about using the web. And so we've tried to shame people into using two-factor authentication. This was a funny from one of the Onion-esque blogs. Point counterpoint, two-factor authentication is the only thing between me and hackers trying to ruin my life versus it's annoying. But I think we all know that just making the argument that, hey, you should do it because it's good for you is not very winning, and that seems to be the case because, well, only 2.6% of Twitter accounts actually have two-factor set up. And so then we have phishing, and phishing is really interesting. Phishing is when we trick users into giving up their passwords. And one cool demo that I've seen of this is through pop-ups, where you see this button that says, hey, log in with your Microsoft account, log in with your Google account.
And it looks really legit. That looks a whole lot like a real Google login page, but what actually happened is there was just a pop-up inside my browser window, and if I wasn't being extra vigilant, I wouldn't notice that. You might think, hey, I wouldn't fall for that trick, but I've got an even crazier one here. This is a demo using a software called Evil Engine X, and what it does is it allows an attacker to create a version of a website on their own domain and intercept every request that you make to that website. But to you, this is actually Microsoft.com. It's the actual HTML, it's the actual JavaScript, it's the actual requests. The only thing that's different is the URL. All of my requests that are being submitted into this form right now are being proxied through an attacker-controlled server, and they can spy on everything. So unless you were able to spot that that URL was correct or incorrect, you probably would fall for this. You would enter in your two-factor code. You would see like, hey, this is the customized login page for my organization. It has our branding on it. It looks legit. If I inspect and say like, oh, does this text look right, or are there obvious typos? There wouldn't be anyway, because it's a perfect website. And so part of that is because attackers only need to succeed once. They can pull all of these tricks, all of these different phishing attempts, all of these different malware, but we have to be perfect every time. We can never give up this secret, or they get access to our account. And so as the industry, we kind of came up, I think, with a pretty good improvement. I think this was kind of pioneered by Slack, and we've seen this now all over the web, of a passwordless login experience. So this is an experience where you don't need to type in a password. You might not even have a password. It's a simple user experience. You kind of just go and you say, hey, here's my email address. That's easy to remember, and it emails you a code, and you type that code in. And there you go. But the problem is that email itself is kind of slow. You know, sometimes this works great, but if your email isn't working the best, or you're on slow, spotty internet, it can be a real chore to get in. The other part of that is this is kind of phishing resistant. This is an example from like a LinkedIn login email that I got, and one of the ways that they try and encourage you to be vigilant is they'll include, if you can see at that bottom place there, this is where you're logging in from, this is who we think you are. If this said Russia, for instance, you would probably know that something is wrong and you shouldn't continue. The problem is that this can only be so accurate. At the time of this screenshot was taken, I was on a train in New York, but if you look very carefully, it says my approximate location is Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and that's a problem because it means we're trained to kind of just ignore a lot of these signs that are in front of us. It's only a phishing-resistant solution. So enter passkeys. This is the login experience if you're using passkeys with Google. It's one click, and I'm logged in. And I think that's really cool, very secure. And we're going to get more into it. Here's another example in WordPress. I'm logging into my WordPress account, typing in my WordPress username. I say, hey, I want to use a passkey, and my browser takes care of doing all the authentication for me. So what are passkeys? Passkeys are another way to authenticate. They don't require us to use passwords, and they don't require us to use two-factor either. They provide an actual kind of one-click login experience. I say, hey, I want to use my passkey. A dialog comes up. I hit enter, and I'm in. And they're actually phishing-proof, which is kind of an extraordinary claim in some ways. Now, I'm not making the claim. Apple is making the claim, and Google is making the claim, and Microsoft is making the claim that they're phishing-proof. So I'm going to go with it and put on the slide it's phishing-proof, which I think is pretty cool. So you can see that experience on mobile there. And so passkeys were born out of a standard you might have heard before called WebAuthn. And passkeys are kind of WebAuthn with all of the good parts and kind of branded as this cool password-like experience. It was born out of FIDO, which is one of these working groups that takes people across the industry and have all these smart minds working together on a problem. It's been in development for 6, 7 years at this point, and this is rare kind of like in the tech community, I think, for everyone to unite on a standard like this. But Apple, Google, Microsoft, all of these players are kind of uniting on, hey, passkeys are the future for authentication. How do we get our users to adopt them? How do we make the web more secure? And at this point, it's now supported by all major browsers that you'd want to use. So this is available and ready. We can see this is an example from Google Chrome, and here's an example with Microsoft and Windows Hello. So how do they actually work? Well, it uses something called public key cryptography. And this is something that you're familiar with, even though it might sound like kind of gobbledygook. It's something you're using every single day. This is what powers SSL and TLS. It's what keeps your credentials secure when you're logging into your bank and making transfers. It's used in software updates. We do signing and say like, hey, is this a real software update that was provided by Microsoft, provided by Apple, so no one can just impersonate them and say, hey, here's this totally real, legit software. Believe me, it's all good. And you'll see this just happen kind of in the background day to day. It's probably not something you need to think about, but it is kind of cool. And so we'll take a little bit of a look at what's actually happening under the hood. So for passkeys, when you do registration, we have on the left-hand side in green, we have our kind of website that we are logging into. And the kind of friendly phone in blue, that's us. And so what we say to a website is, hey, I want to create a new account. And what the website tells us is, send me your public key. Now, what's cool is that our phone is able to do this for us. So we don't have to say, hey, I need to go find this public key, what is that? But what our phone or our Macintosh or our Windows computer is doing on our behalf is it's saying, okay, I'm going to create a new public-private key pair and give you that public key. And that's everything that we need to exchange. We don't need to exchange any secrets. If you see from the word public there, it's not something that's sensitive or confidential. None of our biometrics leave our device. And in actual practice, that looks like this. This is a kind of screen show from Google and their account registration flow using passkeys. You can see it's pretty simple. I just clicked the Create a Passkey button. A pop-up came up on my computer, and I hit Enter, and my passkey is ready. So now when I'm ready to log in, we have a similar thing going on. I tell my website, hey, I want to log into you. And what they give us back is what's called a challenge. They give us a little bit of random data, and they ask you to sign it with our private key. And that private key is part of our public key. And so we do this signing, and then we send back this signed message back up to the website. And the website is able to verify that with the public key. And so what's cool about this, again, is that only the public information is the things that the website has. None of this private information ever leaves our device. And so once that signature is all good, the website says, yes, you're awesome, you're logged in. And we can see that here in Google. So how is this actually working under the hood? Well, our passkey is that public-private key pair. It's a whole bunch of random googly numbers. They don't matter. You don't need to ever know about them, but they're stored in your device. And your device is responsible for keeping that private key safe. You aren't responsible. Your actual device is. This does mean, though, that it is guarded by your device's passcode and biometrics. So if you have, for instance, a laptop with Windows Hello or a Mac with Touch ID, those biometrics that protect your device and make it hard for an attacker, unless they chop off your finger, to gain access to it, that's what's protecting your passkey. You don't need to do any work beyond that. The website, again, only receives your public key. They don't ever get anything that's sensitive or private. And when you log in, the site's going to ask you to sign a challenge with that private key, and your device takes care of that for you. Importantly, and I want to hammer this home a couple of times because people tend to think that if I'm touching my thumb to my computer, is my thumbprint going on to Facebook.com? I wouldn't want that to happen, and I agree with you. And that's why it's important to know that no personal information is ever leaving your device. That thumbprint that happens is just so that your computer can say, hey, this is really you. I can give you access to sign this public information with your private key. This also means that there's nothing for an attacker to steal. We see attackers go after websites, they dump the user's table, and they say, oh, here are all these juicy passwords that I can sell on. In a passkey universe, you just have a whole bunch of public information. There's no actual information that is useful for them. It's just random numbers. And you can't be actually tricked into giving up your password. You'll notice in a couple of these examples here, this is what it looks like in iCloud. This is what it looks like with Google Chrome. And with Windows, that all of them are saying where we're logging into. They say, hey, you're logging into thiswebsite.com. And you might think that, hey, does that mean I need to make sure that I'm actually logging into the website that I think I'm logging into? It says I'm logging into chase.com. Am I actually logging into chase.com? Well, no, you don't need to do that, because what's really cool is that the browser takes care of that for you. So it will never even let you log into attacker.gobbledygook.chase.com if it's not actually chase.com. You can't make a mistake, unlike with a password manager or by just typing in your password where it says, hey, this looks like Chase. your browser actually protects you. So passkeys kind of fall into two forms, and what we talk about usually when we mean passkeys are the things on the left, the platform authenticators. And these are things that are built into your computer, that are built into your smartphone, and they utilize biometrics like Touch ID or Windows Hello. And so if you have a modern computer or a modern device, your device probably already supports this at this point. There are also a separate class of devices which we're not really going to get into. These are called roaming authenticators, and so these are separate hardware devices. So you might have seen these like things called YubiKeys or Titan keys that you plug into your computer or they connect with Bluetooth, things like that. Those kind of also fall under this same standard, and for those of us who are really adventurous with our technology or have a more advanced threat model, you can use those. But for the most part, when we talk about passkeys and you see passkeys on the web, it's talking about those platform authenticators that are just built into your device. You don't need to go buy anything. At this point, the browser support is really excellent. They're built-in support for Firefox, Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge. All of them have support. And the thing that really changes is what ecosystem you're in. And so I'm going to go over a couple of the different ecosystems and what they kind of look like. So if you're an Apple user and you want to use passkeys, well, passkeys are stored in iCloud, like a lot of other things that you're using. And what this means is that they're synced across all of your devices. So if I'm using my iPhone to sign up for an account, and then I want to log in on my Mac, I can do that without any issue. My passkey automatically got synced across all of my accounts. They work great in Safari, but they also work great in Chrome and in Firefox. If you're using Chrome and Firefox now and you say, hey, I want to use a passkey, you're going to get a dialog that pops up from macOS that says, hey, do you want to use this passkey that you have in iCloud? So you don't have to only be a Safari user if you want to use passkeys. If you want to share a passkey with someone the same way that you might share a password, you can do that with AirDrop. There's just a little button that you click and say, hey, share it with this person. They can then use that passkey, and there's no password for them to leak or anything like that. There's another passkey that they just have access to. In Google, passkeys are stored in password managers, and they get synced across all of your devices as well. So the same way that if you today are using Google Chrome to remember your passwords, you can have it remember your passkeys. And this is an example of logging in using a passkeys in the Chrome ecosphere. And in this case, it kind of gives the game away. It works best in Chrome if you're a Google Android user. Using Chrome everywhere kind of makes this process really simple. There are alternative ways that you can do it that we're going to get into in a little bit, but it works best in Chrome if you're in the Google ecosphere. And lastly, I'm going to touch on Windows. So for Windows, this is managed by something called Windows Hello. And what it allows you to do is either store it on device for compatible devices, or it'll let you store it onto a nearby device. So if you have a security key, or if you have, let's say, an iPhone or an Android phone or an iPad with you, you can store your passkey onto that device. And what that means is that your device is now the actual thing that can get you logged into places. And we'll see what that looks like in a little bit as well. Microsoft said that we would be getting cross-device syncing in 2023. It is now 2024, and as far as I know, that is not still an option. So if you want kind of that automagical cross-platform experience where you log in on one device and use another device and you're in the Windows sphere, I'd say Google Chrome is still your best option. So what does the multi-platform experience look like? All of the browsers support logging in using a passkey from a nearby device, and so that's what's happening now. I'm logging in, and on my Mac, let's say, and I have a friend's phone or my phone that's with me, and I don't have a passkey on my Mac. I type in my username, a little dialog pops up that says, hey, do you want to log in using a passkey in iCloud, or do you want to log in a passkey from an Android phone or an iPhone? And when that happens, you'll get this little dialog that says, hey, here's a QR code for me to scan, and I can now use my phone to scan that QR code, and the login process continues on my phone. And when I'm done, I'm logged in the computer that I started with. So this would be helpful if, hey, I'm using another Windows device that I might not necessarily always be using, or I'm going to a library and have a device that I'm not logged into. This gives you an easy option to use your phone to log in. If you're using a password manager, at this point, all of the big password managers have passkey support built in. So the same way that you save a password to your password manager, you can save a passkey to your password manager. And so that means they'll be across all of your devices. Wherever you use one password, you can use your passkey. And here's another example of, let's say I'm logging in on a Windows computer, and I want to use a passkey on my iPhone. You can see it's a similar process. I log in. It gives me this prompt that says, hey, where do you want to log in using? I say my Android phone, or my iPhone in this case. And I open my camera app, scan the QR code, and then log in. At some point, they'll click the continue button. There we go. And here's a similar example on the other side of the sphere using Android. Again, pop-up appears. There's something on my phone that I need to scan. And what's happening here is they're exchanging information with each other, proving that this is really me. And I get to go ahead and log in. So, passkeys, where can you use them? At this point, tons and tons and tons of places. Google accounts rolled out passkey support last year. Microsoft lets you PayPal, eBay. You can do it in WordPress. The folks over at 1Password have this really cool site, passkeys.directory, that just contains a list of all of the websites that they know about that support passkeys. So if you ever thinking about it, you can search them up there and you can see. And you probably can these days. A lot of the big websites, Coinbase and others, are all using passkeys. If you want to use this in WordPress, there's a couple of options for you. Solid Security is the plugin that I work on and that I like, so Solid Security Pro lets you use passkeys, but there are a couple of others. There's WP Web Authn and Passwordless WP that are both on the repo. So why should you adopt passkeys now? Well, I have a couple of things about it. One, I do think it's faster to use than passwords in two-factor. When you're logging in with a passkey that's on your device, you can see it's just a pop-up, I hit enter, and I'm done. And I think that's a really nice experience. The other thing about it is that you want to help your clients keep themselves secure. I don't know how many times I've set up a website for a client that I'm using a strong password and I'm using two-factor authentication, and then they share with me their password that's like 123admin, and that's a huge problem. And so we tell them, hey, you got to use something that's secure, but they don't really want to. And I think part of the problem is it's been, well, you got to use two-factor and all of this stuff, and that's hard to explain. But now with passkeys kind of being built into the OS, I think there is a more secure and more easy experience out there. So it should be hopefully a bit easier to make that argument to clients that, hey, this is why security matters, and here's an option that shouldn't be so hard for you. The other thing is just be on the forefront of new technology. I think as people who build websites for other people, it's important that we say, okay, we know what technology is coming up, and I think it's a good signal to our clients that says, like, hey, we're aware of what's happening, we're aware of the technologies that are moving forward. We're never going to be caught behind. There's also this smart guy. He thinks passkeys are going to be the future of security on the web. I think Matt Mullenweg, founder of WordPress or co-founder of WordPress, is a pretty smart guy, so you could take his advice. Is the password dead? I wouldn't say not yet. We still have passwords. I use passwords like multiple times a day. We use a password to log into the Wi-Fi. Passwords are probably never, ever going to completely die. But I do think we're getting there. I think we're getting to the point where you can log into lots of services using passkeys, and you can slowly transition out passwords. Until, or at never point when passwords are completely dead, you still need to keep using a strong password. You still really should be using two-factor, and you should use a password manager. That's me. My name is Timothy Jacobs. I'm the lead developer over at Solid WP. I'm a WordPress core committer, and I co-found the SaaS app engine Awesome. We help businesses do better with better software. Thank you.
Anyone who has any questions, you could come to the mic.
Great talk, Tim. Adoption. I have many collaborators, and it's a lot easier to get my team to accept using password managers, passkeys. But what about clients? What's the barriers to entry? How complicated is it for them to set up the first few logins using passkeys? And have you found any resources for like a quick tutorial? Here's how to get familiar with 1Password, passkeys, etc. Just adoption.
I think the best, one of the things that makes me excited about passkeys is because all of the vendors are themselves getting on board, the vendors are creating great documentation. So Apple has great resources that talks about how to use a passkey. Google does, as well as Microsoft. And so I think that is really the best way to go in terms of documentation that says like, hey, here's this thing, how do I learn about it? Are you using a Mac? Are you using this? Send you a link to the platform documentation because they know their platform the best, and Apple's pretty good at writing user-friendly docs. I do think it is still a little bit of a challenge to get clients to adopt it, but I think just walking them through the first step and saying, hey, this is how you register a passkey, this is how you log in, and from that point sailing forward, it's kind of smooth. It's not like, oh, well, I have to remember the master password to my password manager, and then I have to remember which two-factor app that I need to use and stuff like that. It's kind of just all built into the operating system. So that's kind of the approach that I think works the best, is really emphasize that this is part of your Mac, this is part of your phone, this is part of your Windows computer. It's all built in. Here's the documentation from them. It's not just this some weird other service out there. It's a core part of what you already have.
Hey, great talk. I've been trying to figure out what all of this is about, so this is helpful. So, question on like, what if so two-factor right now, if it's two-factoring, you're going to an authenticator, or you're getting a text message, or choose your own adventure, whatever you've done, right? So I realized recently that one of my friends has two-factor running through an authenticator that is linked to their work email. And I looked at them and I said, you get laid off tomorrow. And they kill that email. That's a nightmare scenario.
Yeah.
Or the other side, I mean, that's like a work scenario, right? The other scenario is like people in their personal lives are in all kinds of relationships. You leave a relationship, your ex-partner has control of your phone, and there goes your phone, and you're not about to get a text message. What does this look like on the second part? Because like you were talking, scan something with your phone. Great. What happens if I don't have that second item? What does that look like?
Yeah, so there are multiple parts of this. The first part is that all of the places that let you use passkeys, a passkey is not like a password in the sense that you generally only have one password to an account. All of the accounts all the services that let you use passkeys, they let you register multiple devices. So in some ways, one of the things I always recommend is, hey, segment your work life and your personal life by device. If you're using your work computer, don't use it for personal things. But if you were to do that, my recommendation would be to register a passkey on your personal device as well. So that means that, hey, if this work device, you no longer have access to it, you have your backup device, which is your phone or your personal laptop, your iPad, etc. And so that also ties into what happens if you lose a device, let's say, is that you have a passkey on multiple devices that you can. Or if you're in the ecosystems of Apple and Google, they've kind of already taken care of this for you. They've synced your passkey up into iCloud or up into Google Chrome's password manager, and they've distributed it to all of your devices. So the account recovery procedures kind of becomes the same way of what happens if you lose access to your Gmail account password or if you lose access to your Apple password. And so they both have their own options. You can fill out these forms and say, this is my ID, and yada, yada, yada. They have all of their account procedures. But that's kind of the general way that takes shape. The other thing that you can do, though, is if you no longer have access to your device and you say, hey, that's because someone malicious took it from me, you can always go into your account and just remove the passkey. It's not like, hey, I need to change up the password and it's in all these different places or something like that. You can just remove the passkey. But also the thing to keep in mind is that they usually are protected by biometrics. So they would need to have access to your thumbs or your eyeballs to be able to actually use the passkey. So there's a lot of different layers of protection. But I think the thing that I would recommend most to folks is use either, if you're in the Apple ecosystem, use the iCloud passkeys. So you're protected the same way if you lose access to your iCloud account. And if you're in the Google ecosystem, use Google Password Manager for the same reasons.
So a couple of things. You said you could log in and remove that passkey. So the question's like, how do you log in? And then two, I'm on a mixed ecosystem, like mobile. I'm all Mac. So here, laptop, cell phone, but then in my office, I'm all PC. So PC desktop. So I assume like your slides where that's not a perfect world yet.
So I think it is, I guess it depends what you would say by a perfect world. My recommendation for people in that ecosystem is to register one passkey in your Apple sphere and another passkey in your Windows sphere.
Okay.
So if we go like all the way back to the Google registration. So this is like where my list of passkeys would appear, and when I create a new passkey, it's adding to that list, but if I have multiple, I can revoke them from there. So what I would typically recommend is, hey, set it up on your iPhone or whatever have you. You create your passkey, then on your Windows device, let's say you're using Google Chrome. Chrome opens up and says, hey, you want to log in? And you can say, okay, yes, I have my iPhone over here, and your iPhone can let you log in on your Windows device. Does that answer your question?
It does, yeah. And then one more. So like internally, we use LastPass for managing. So I assume they'd probably be able to add the passkey to that, and then our team would be able to use the passkey to get into that. But let's say we get clients who start actually using this and it becomes a big thing. Like, what does the world look like for a client trying to give you access to log in for whatever service you need to integrate or whatever? Like, you know, the shared password, shared account thing, which is a big no-no in the security world, but
it happens.
big reality.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, so this is built in, and it's great with password managers. I don't use LastPass anymore, but of a lot of the password managers, most of them implement the ability to share an item. And so the same way that you can share a password, you can share a passkey. So they can share with you the passkey that they have in their password manager, and then you can gain access to that passkey and use that passkey because you essentially get access to that private key. The other thing that they can always do is just you can create a new passkey then. So if you do have, there are some services, and I like this idea, but I think we're a little bit away from it, of no passwords, so that the only way to log into an account is using a passkey. I think Microsoft has an option where if you want to log into your Windows account, you can say, hey, never let me use a password, completely turn it off. But Gmail, for instance, doesn't let you do this. I think most of the popular places don't. So you still do have a kind of option of, hey, we have our strong random password, but we don't need to worry about it. We have strong random two-factor, but we don't need to worry about it most of the time. But when we're setting up a new device, we use the password, and then we can fall back to a passkey flow. But yeah, you have a couple of different options. I think the best one is just sharing the passkey the same way you would share a password almost through your password manager.
Hi, excellent presentation. My name is Alex, and my question is, since passkey is based on the individual himself, what happens if this individual, hypothetically speaking, is no longer around, maybe passed away or something? How would the members of his family take care of his account?
Yeah, great question. So I think the best way to do that is, again, in the different ecosystems that you exist. So with Apple, you can set up trusted contacts who, when you pass away or are incapacitated, you can give them access to your iCloud account, and then they can use your passkey. And the same thing in the Google ecosystem. So that's my general recommendation, is that the more you kind of embrace the ecosystem in which you're operating with and use those technologies, they've solved a lot of those hard problems. In alternatives, you can say, for instance, using a password share, you can do the same thing. Just, hey, you give access to, this is my one password account, and then they have access to all of your passkeys, things like that. Or if you want to give access ahead of time, multiple people can register a passkey for an account. But I do think the best thing is just to lean into Apple's, for instance, and say, make sure you have set up trusted contacts for those particular medical events and things like that.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm not sure if I saw this, but you mentioned, or you showed a screen with the WordPress admin.
Yes.
Was that a plugin solution that provided that, and is there one that you recommend? And I guess I'm thinking the people that would be the end users on my part are very non-technical, and it's hard enough to try to get them
yes.
to do anything.
Absolutely.
What would you recommend and why?
Yeah, so my day job, I work at Solid WP as part of Stellar, and so we build a product called Solid Security. So of course, I recommend Solid Security, but there are a couple of other plugins on the repo that make this possible. WP WebAuthn and Passwordless WP. I can't vouch for those as much as the one that I built, but yeah. Yeah.
So when using something like Solid Security Pro, which I do use, and we're doing the email authentication, I know that I can only I can sometimes require that just of certain roles. So only the admins. Is that still something true? Because I work with membership sites a lot, and you may not want to make all, but could you make the key editors and?
Yeah, so you can gate passwordless login to whomever you want, and we treat passkeys as another form of passwordless login.
Okay.
Awesome. I think y'all also came to all of my frequently asked questions. What if a site is hacked? No one asked this. Attackers only gain access to public information, so that's one of the cool things that change with passkeys instead of passwords. The other thing is that each service always has a different passkey. So if your passwords get stolen and you can't be using the same passkey for your WordPress site and chase.com. So it lessens the things that you would need to do if a site gets hacked. And yeah, it means you never have to change your passkey. Y'all got all of my other frequently asked questions. So yeah, thank you so much.
selling your WordPress solutions. Everyone give a warm welcome to Laura Burns.
Hey, everybody. Thank you, Caleb, for that introduction. So, yeah, I want to talk about how you can actually sell your WordPress solutions. So, giving you a little bit of my background, where am I coming? Why should you listen to me? What do I know about all of this? So, I've been a WordPress user since 2006, so I think that makes me a really early adopter. In fact, I think it actually makes me a pioneer, to be honest with you. So I used WordPress for the first time in 2006. Before that, I was dabbling around in things like Microsoft Front Page. Anybody remember Microsoft Front Page back in the day? So what was happening back in 2006, this is a era before social media. A friend and I created a website in this newfangled WordPress thing, a blog and a forum, for what was then this book that my friend had read. She really liked it and was like, you want to help me do a fan site for this thing? I'm like, yeah, all right, sounds like fun. We used to be in like an adult Harry Potter forum, and I'm just a bit old nerd, frankly. So she and I were like, yeah, let's do it. We built the largest Twilight website on the internet. So this hobby exploded. Exploded. So we basically accidentally and by design created a website that went from a couple hundred visitors to a couple of thousand visitors to how many people are on the site today from around the globe, like hundreds of thousands at the same time. I got an entire education in hosting, load balancing, all the things. You haven't lived until your hosting company calls you, and I do mean calls me, on a Saturday morning to say, quote unquote, lady, what kind of freaky porn site are you running? And then I got to pause and go, vampires. It was great. So anyway, what was really cool is this hobby of mine and getting to learn exponentially what was WordPress all about enabled me to transition my career. At the time, I was in education. I was in marketing for education of a large private school system, both initially at one particular school and then above all the schools in the school system itself. As I used to say, there were 114 of them and one of me. So have my marketing chops there too. And eventually, I got to the point where I was like, you know, I'm good at this job, but I have gone as far as I can go. There was basically a glass ceiling that I was never going to get beyond in the job that I was in. Glass ceiling, or perhaps I could have called it a clerical ceiling. My first name was not sister, brother, or father, so I was never going to get any further than where I was working for this organization. And I thought, you know what? Maybe I can turn this hobby of mine into my career. And let me tell you, that's a whole other talk. Deciding to change your career at 50, that's scary, but I did it. And I started out by initially taking everything I knew as my hobby. I worked for a very small agency, at the time was named Bet Hannon Marketing. And I worked with Bet Hannon for about 2 years or so. We were a 4-person agency, and let me tell you, when you are a 4-person agency, you do everything. And I do mean everything. There were days that I was playing baby backend developer, and I am here to tell you, you don't want me playing baby backend developer, but that is what I was doing that day. Functions PHP and I are not friends. So went from that, ended up working there for a while, shifted into then working for Automatic, which is the company that was founded by Matt Mullenweg, the founder of, or the co-founder of WordPress. And then since then, I've been working for Web Dev Studios. Web Dev Studios is a web agency that was founded 16 years ago by Brad Williams and Lisa Sabin Wilson, and we specialize in the enterprise market. Our clients currently are people like the NBA, Cisco Meraki, Paramount, variety of names, some names that people know, some names that people don't know. So the advice that I'm going to be bringing you today kind of comes from across the entire spectrum of my life. of having, how do you sell, who do you sell to, how do you work WordPress into what you are selling, and really what it comes down to, it doesn't matter in life what you are selling. It is all about the relationship. And that's something I've definitely been instilling in my team no matter where I was, because honestly, I was selling, when I created this website that went incredibly viral, I was creating the experience you wanted to be on that website and stay and come back day after day. I certainly wasn't the only website out there in that sphere, but I was offering something very specific that worked for certain people, and then they came to visit that site. When I was selling education, albeit an education you could get for free in the public school, there was a reason that I was successful in doing that, so I'm going to bring some of that into it. Again, it has to do with relationship. And then lastly, believe me, there are tons of people out there selling WordPress. How do you make it good for you? Relationship, relationship, relationship is what it's all about. So let's talk about the first thing. First thing is defining yourself. Your website, which hopefully is a WordPress website. I think I would be horrified if I went to somebody selling me a WordPress solution and it was on Wix. I think I would fall over backwards. So your website, your WordPress website, is your front door. You know, just like a brick and mortar, this is your front door. Sometimes you hear that old adage about like the carpenter's children have no shoes. Anybody ever hear that one? That is death to you and your brand. There's no reason I will buy a quality WordPress solution from you if your website doesn't look awesome. Full stop. Everything spell checked, looked good, contrast good, all the things. Have to take care of yourself first. Things on your website to think about. What is your elevator pitch? You can't be everything to all people. Think about how you could tell somebody in 10 words what it is that you do, and practice it again and again and again so it just trips off your tongue automatically. If I'm talking about Web Dev Studios, I'll say Web Dev Studios was founded 16 years ago by Brad Williams. It'd be nice if I got my boss's name right. Brad Williams and Lisa Sabin Williams, founders in the WordPress ecosystem. They've both written authoritative books on WordPress. That's my entry point. And then I can expand on that. Think about what your 10-word item is. What is going to be your pitch? And it should trip over your tongue very quickly. Don't mess up your boss's name like I just did. Other things you should always make sure is on your website, defining yourself. Make sure your core services are clear. Can I tell you how many times I have visited a website and I'm like, but what do they do? Make sure it's clear, and clear in more than one place. Clear on your home page, clear on your drop downs. What do you do? Clear on your About Us. Link internally to those things. I need to know what you do. Am I in the right place? Sometimes I'm ambiguous. I'm like, do they do design? I'm not sure. Maybe it's just development. Do they help with SEO? I'm not sure. Make sure you clearly define what you do. Testimonials and good examples to back it up. Anybody know what the best time is to get a testimonial from somebody? Anytime can be, but there's a really good time. Right after you have successfully launched something, or right after you have successfully solved a problem, grab a testimonial from them. It can be just in a natural conversation and say to them, can I quote you on that? In your contracts, when you write a contract, make sure you have a clause that say you can quote people. I mean, their lawyer may take it out later, but like have that in your contract, that you're allowed to speak about the work that you do and quote them. Other things to be really, really sure to keep your message on top. Also, when you're linking to when you have a testimonial, make sure you're linked to the person's site, because that testimonial isn't as valuable unless I know what site it applied to. Other things, blog. Make sure you blog. We just had a couple presentations earlier on the uses of AI and things. Do not get AI to write the blog for you, okay? But use AI to help you spark some ideas. Come up with top 10 lists. Those are so easy. Top 5 lists. 4 things you should know about X today. Really creative things. Blog once a week on a topic. Use something like an AI to help you generate these ideas. And just come up with some quick 500 words or so that are on a given topic that hopefully is linked to something you do, okay? And put it out there. It helps your SEO. It helps show people that you're serious in your field, you're bringing ideas to them. It's a great opportunity, again, to showcase who you are and what you do, not to mention it's also showcasing the WordPress software. Other things, social media. That's one of the first checks that people do. Check out your social media. If you're not using a social platform, get it off your webpage. If you're using Facebook all the time, fabulous. If you're not, delete it. If you're using LinkedIn, great. Leave it on there. If you're not using it, delete it. Only be present on what you can commit to. And then lastly, images. If you notice my little caption up there, these people are tired of holding hands. How many places have we seen this on the web? Like, have we seen this image 30 bajillion times? Spend a little money, get some photography that is paid for photography. Really good sources, 123RF. Go beyond just the free stock image. Do something that defines you a little more clearly than the image we have seen everywhere. There's somebody who blogs in the WordPress ecosystem. Her name's Maddie Osman. She gave a really great presentation last year that said, this woman is tired of having a cup of coffee. And I'm watching a bunch of you look, going, oh, I know that image, right? We've all seen it. I didn't even have to put it up there, and you know what image I'm talking about. So make sure everything is very personal to you, because if you look personal, that relationship I want to have, I don't want a stock relationship with you. I don't want a stock photo relationship with you. I want a personal relationship with you, okay? Here's the next thing. People buy benefits. They don't buy technology. No matter what industry you're in, they buy the benefit of working with you, not the thing. They can get WordPress anywhere. My very first boss told me, they can get math anywhere. They can get social studies anywhere. In fact, they can get it for free in the public school system. Why should they get it with us? What is the benefit of having it with us? And that really stuck. So always talk to a client about, here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm present. I respond quickly. How do you need your messages? Do you need text messages? Do you need email? What do you need for me to communicate effectively with you? Talk to me about your pain points. I have a really good example. This week I was on a client call with some members of my team, and they were trying to talk to this client about switching over to some new technology. And I was just on the call to talk about improving his website hosting, frankly. I was just popping in there, and I'm listening to my project manager and developer talk project manager and developer-ese about the block editor. And after about 5 minutes, I'm like, I got to jump in here. And I'm like, hey, Adam, listen, what Daniel and Lindsay are talking about is amazing, but here's why it's going to matter to you. I said, your SEO is going to improve wildly. I said, your creation time to put out content is going to go down, is going to be in half. He's like, really? I was like, yes. I said, imagine how much more time you're going to have, and we're going to walk you through this. We can show examples. I was like, can we spin up a demo for him next week? Oh, absolutely. Benefit, relationship. Don't talk tech, talk benefit, talk relationship. One thing that's really true too is people always like a takeaway. Sometimes the person you're engaging with has to go to their boss, or their boss has to go to their boss. Like, it just keeps getting kicked up the food chain. Make sure you have something that they can have. It doesn't have to be a physical printout item. I'm not saying you have to go down to Vistaprint and print something, okay? But have like a slide deck, a view book, and I'll give you some really good sources in a minute of tools that can help you. A one-sheet summary of like what they're wanting and how you provide service to it with some examples. People like a takeaway. That's great in a relationship. Always have a takeaway that people can go with you. And in fact, my takeaway at the end of this will be you can have a copy of these slides, and I will tell you how to get them at the end. So you will absolutely have a takeaway. Here's another thing too, and this is all about relationships. You want to always start off a relationship solid. Again, you can't always be everything to everybody. An important process in that is vetting your prospects. Are you the right fit for a given client? And the way that I always like to do that is via email. Ask a couple of simple questions and always start off super, super positive because you don't know what it's going to be. We have a contact form on our website, and I will tell you, sometimes the contact form goes like this. My name, my email, help, I need a website. It's not a lot of information in help, I need a website. I mean, we have some fields for people to fill out, but we don't make a lot of them mandatory because we don't want to make it a high benchmark. I mean, the mandatory is give me your name, give me your email. But then after that, we're a little, less restrictive in like what you have to fill out, right? And I'm like, okay, got to do something with that. And we have a standard response back. And on a high level, what it says is this. Hey, thanks so much for contacting us. We're excited to learn about your project. And then we ask you 4 things. Bullet point number 1, can you just verify for me that this is the website we are talking about? You would be surprised how many people email about not the site their email address came in from. So number 1, define the site. And if they have defined the site, always extend it and say, hey, are there any other websites in play here? Are there any other subdomains in play here? Always ask that. Number 2, ask, do you have a timeline that you are looking to meet? That lets you right away know if you have somebody who is delusional or somebody you want to work with. If they think this is getting done in 2 weeks, that would be the delusional area. If they have a healthy timeline, all right, we could talk about this. Next, I would ask this. Do you have a price range you are looking to keep this project within? We have different solutions that are friendly to your budget. It doesn't have to be an exact figure. That lets you, again, know right away if somebody has thought about budgeting. I will tell you, sometimes people come back and say, well, what does it cost? Again, we will come back and be like, hey, it's like building a house. I can build you a house, I can build you a mobile home, or I can build you the Taj Mahal. I just need to know kind of where we're at, what are you thinking, right? And then the last question we asked is, hey, do you have any other information you can supply? Do you have a wish list? Do you have the top 5 things that you're looking to accomplish? Can you give me some more information? And based upon that response, I instantaneously know if this is a relationship I want to continue to pursue. It also lets us start off on a really good foot, and if it is a relationship I want to pursue, I instantaneously respond back, hey, this is such great information. Thank you for sending that. Can we jump on a call to discuss you, your needs, and your goals further? And I give them a really easy way to do that. I'll get into it. If they're not the best fit, the response is, hey, this is an awesome project, but I don't think my agency is the best fit for you here. Here are some resources where you can go that are a better fit. I have people thank me all the time when they come into my site, and sometimes they're like, I have $500. I am not the place you're going to find a $500 solution, but my friends at Codable are. And I have an affiliate link that I put out, and we get some money off of that. So, next up, preparation is everything. There are tools that can help you organize this relationship. Some of these are free. I love free. And then some of these are paid. And there's always, like, as with anything paid, there's always various levels of entry, right? Start off on the slow one. So number 1 is Calendly. I love Calendly. It is a scheduling tool. It's free. It is a scheduling tool. You can decide when people can schedule time with you, buffer time in between events. It has fantastic automation that it will send them a reminder email that you craft how many days before you want the person to have a reminder. It has a new option for a reminder text message to go out to people. It's awesome. And it automatically will add things to my Google Calendar. You can do that kind of interface with it. It also lets people add the event to their Google Calendars really easily. It's an awesome tool. I love it. It helps build that relationship for me. Another one is HubSpot. There are free versions of HubSpot. I am here to tell you, we are a rather large organization. We are getting by on the free version of HubSpot. That's how powerful it is. It's great for keeping track of names, conversations, emails. I use a bunch of the automations in HubSpot for canned responses for things, and then I just have a canned pre-written response to like common questions, and then I just tailor it based on what is presented with me. So I don't have to spend tons and tons of time doing a unique message each time, but I just craft it just enough for that client so it looks like a very personalized, yet it's a canned response. Again, it's maintaining that relationship. I felt like they personally responded to me. They don't know that it has been somewhat pre-formatted. Another huge one for us is always record your calls. I would say it is the rarity that people will say, I don't want this call recorded. We switched over from using Zoom, which is a paid service, over onto Google Meet. We use Google Workplace for our emails. Google Meet comes in with that. They've vastly improved the technology on that over the past 2 years, and in fact, within the last 6 months, they've even improved it more. One of the really lovely things that comes with it, if you record a call, you can ask it if there's somebody who requires captions. It'll do live captions on the screen as you are going along. So if there's somebody in the group that maybe English isn't their first language, your call can have live captions going by, which is, again, awesome. Great relationship building tool. Secondly, it also will produce for you a transcript of the call. I am here to tell you AI only goes so far. It's probably about 85% accurate. But it's great, because if I want to go back afterwards and look at the call, I don't have to sit there and going, I think they said that at the 5-minute mark. And then I'm like, you know, anybody play like slider bingo? Where is this? Where is this point of the call? I can just search the transcript and go, that's what we talked about, and I can pull the nugget out. It's also where I get my testimonials from, in their words, and I don't have to rewrite it, and I just clean it up a little bit. It's a great source for your testimonials. Other things that we used, I talk about having a view book, having a one sheet, having something. This is a paid service, and we love it. We just switched to it. It's called Panda Docs. We have blown through several different versions of tools to make proposal software and view books. After this talk, I would be happy to discuss the pros and cons of various versions of products we've used over the years. I love this one, and relatively inexpensive. Gives us gorgeous opportunities to make a view book, to craft proposals. Love it. Make sure you have some sort of project management system, whether that's a Basecamp, whether that's a Trello, whatever system you want to use, and I can talk virtues of different ones with you afterwards if you'd like. I'd be happy to go over that with you. And then we always use Slack for instantaneous communication. That's also a huge one for clients. Things get lost in emails. Having a shared Slack channel with a client really stops you from something going into that email black hole. And then if you need to direct them into a ticketing system after that, it's great, but having that shared Slack channel does a lot to build a relationship, because stuff just gets lost in the tone of tickets. It gets lost in the tone of an email. Having them be able to communicate with you back and forth in real time eliminates some of that tone just getting lost. It also gives you the opportunity. Anybody try to Slack huddle yet? Slack has an instantaneous communication. Sometimes you can just solve a client something by, hey, can we hop on a quick huddle here for 5 minutes? It saves you misunderstanding. It builds a relationship. It's a great opportunity. Here's some other things that I do to build relationships. Before I get on a call with a client, one of the things I do is I crawl all over their site, and I do mean I crawl all over it. I look at the home page. I look at the about page. I look at their 4 most recent blogs. I look at their 4 most recent events. And then I just go start looking for things obscure, like what does the careers page look like? I just start crawling all over it. I'm nosy. Like, what does it look like? What's the user experience? You know, so when I get on a call with them, I can speak with personal experience, having been on your website. Crawl their social media. Understand what kind of content they're putting out there. What are some of their, if they're putting it on social, it's probably important to them. It's probably on their mind. And I don't mean Facebook stalk the CEO. Don't do that. But if they're somebody you're on the call with, go look them up on LinkedIn. Find out what their experience is. Find out where they've been. If you really feel strong about it, make a connection. Ask to be connected to them on LinkedIn. It lets you know what you're getting into, and you can bring that to the call. So, for example, when I had a client and I realized he was bringing his design team with him, all of whom went to Kutztown University in Pennsylvania, I sure borrowed my son's Kutztown sweatshirt, and I showed up at the call wearing that sweatshirt. Different things that I pick up with. I say, hey, I noticed you're a fan of whatever. Like, I'll work that into the conversation. Or, oh, hey, I used to work at such and such a place, or I see you work there, I know somebody who knows, like, bring that in, makes you more human. Always mention something personal that way. Let me get to a couple more of these points in here. I'm going to skip around a little bit. Let them talk. Let them talk. Let them get out all their thoughts. You know, so what are your top pain points? Start with that. Let them talk. Have a legal pad. Start jotting things you want to come back to. There's a transcript running, but there's things that you're going to want to come back to. And then the top items say, hey, can you talk to me a little bit about that? Oh, I feel you. Empathize. Empathize, empathize, empathize. Say, I really understand. You can't hit everything. Like, you just can't hit everything. You're throwing it at the wall. Think about the top 3 things you're going to empathize about what they're talking about. Here's this. You can never solve it all in one call, especially as an SMB. I know a lot of times people who are running a small business are like, yeah, I just got to wrap that up in that call and get going. You always need a second call because your brain needs time to digest all the information you're getting in. You can have an intro email. You can have a first call. You probably need at least 3 calls. So always think about what's the information you're garnering and how you're going to set up the next one to continue to build that relationship. Post-call, always finish it off with, hey, we've covered a lot of different things here. I really want some time to dig into your website and explore more. And then say, listen, let's set up another call to continue our discussion. I'm going to follow up with some things about us. You're going to follow up with your review book. If you've hit a couple things that are things they want to talk about, here's a couple links for additional information. And then here's my Calendly link for you to set a time appropriate to you for our next conversation. If you don't see a time that works for you, let me know, and I will come up with an alternative arrangement. That sets, again, your relationship for setting everything up. The other thing is all of this makes you look organized. And I realize some of us are less organized than others. But I want to buy the benefit of a web agency that's organized, that knows what it's doing. Okay, how to say it, what to say. As I was saying, listen first. So when you come into like your second sets of calls, listen again to what they're saying. You've had some time to digest. Have an outline, know what you want to cover, but when you ask them a question about things, oh, that looks really not good on there, does it? I was just saying, that looks like really, I'm looking at the monitor here, and that is super blurry. If you all can't read that, I will make sure it looks good on the slides. I don't know if it's just the monitor or that, but I can't read that on the monitor in front of me. So have an outline, control the flow of where you want the conversation to go, but listen deeply. Listen deeply of what they're saying and how they're saying it. Those areas that, again, their highest pain points, talk to the benefit of working with you. Security is a good one, right? How are you going to be the person who shows up? What are the kind of systems that you all use with security? Downtime is a big pain point. What do I do to ensure you never go down, but if you do go down, how do I solve this for you? SEO, Core Web Vitals, always a biggie. What does my team do to make sure that your core web vitals are great? How do we get you from point A, if this is where you are now, how are we going to get you to the next level? Here's also another trick too. Do you notice I'm always saying my team? How many of you are solopreneurs? You're a one-person band. You always have a team. You always have a team. Because I'm here to tell you, you probably talk things out over the dinner table with your partner. You talk with other people. You have a team. There are probably going to be things that are outside your wheelhouse that you're going to pull somebody else in for. It's always my team, okay? As I said, setting up the second call, making sure you're always giving people a thank you and a view book and links. Make sure you're always getting back from them supporting material. What are your pain points? Can you write those down for me? Can you write down a wish list of your top 5 things that are your strongest things that are troubling you right now? And what are the top 5 things you want to have happen in the future? That lets you know where to peg your sales, your pitch. And here's the thing too, brainstorming a high-level overview on how you want to do this. Make sure you're not brainstorming by yourself, brainstorm with other people. On your second call that you have, really strut your stuff, refer back to what they gave you, speak to their pain points. There's probably still going to be some unknowns. Clarify the unknowns. Sometimes if you don't know what they're talking about, say, don't necessarily say, I haven't got the first clue what you're talking about. Just say, can you define that a little more clearly? I am here to tell you I was on a 5th call with a client recently, and I looked at my boss and I said, do you have any idea what this question means? And he goes, I haven't the first clue. I was like, good, I'm glad you're clueless too, because I don't know what they're talking about with this. We got into the call, we're like, hey, so question number 5 was this. Can you talk about that a little more? Let me understand a little more deeply where you're going. It's all in how you phrase it, not I don't have the first clue what you're talking about, okay? Also tag in the right person. I am very much a content creator. I am a marketer. On occasion, I can play baby developer. My boss is a developer. He is sort of-ish a designer. We tag team. We know who the right person is to take different moments of the call. Or if I know it's a call that I am not going to be suited to, I will not be on that call, but I will bring in somebody else who can speak to it. So think about who is the right person to be on the call and prep the person to come in with you. And really after the second call is where you want to do a formal proposal. Say, look, let me pull some ideas together. Let me give you a proposal, and then I propose after this a 3rd call to go over it so we can refine this together. Again, it's a relationship. I'm not just throwing you a document that says, here, sign on the dotted line. I'm giving it to you after a series of calls and saying, now, let's get on a 3rd call and work through this together. Is this working for you? Great. Do you not understand that part? No problem. Let me explain it to you. Would it help you if I clarify that language more? Again, relationship, not just sign on the dotted line. So other overall things to consider in building that relationship. My first boss used to say to us, admissions is everybody's mission. And he's like, it's just not up to the admission office to get people in here. It's up to everybody to keep them. So a couple things that I already said, bring assets to a call. If folks are really interested in design, bring a designer into the call. If people are really interested in data migration, bring a friend who may be helping you with the data migration into the call. Bring the right voices there. If you have a team under you, even if it's a small team of a designer, a small team of a back-end developer you work with, always talk to them about like where the client's head is at. Sometimes you get a nugget for additional business from them, and then talk to clients. New pain points arise that you might not always be aware of. Talk to your team and find out where people's heads are at and bring the right assets into the call. The next one is an important one too. How many of us have the client that is driving us up a tree? We've got that, right? As I have stressed to my people, I will happily listen to you scream off the call, after the call. Do not explode on it on social media. Don't post something anonymously on social media. express it internally, and then we will find a way to work through the frustration. But for the love of all, do not post it somewhere online. And if the client is getting to you, let somebody else tag in and manage the relationship. Image, this is a big one. Be camera ready and have a camera on. I know some people are more introverted and they don't like being on camera. I am here to tell you there is absolutely more intrinsic value in always having the camera on. When the camera is on, I have eye contact. I can read your facial expression. I can read body language. And they can read it from me. It's a relationship. Do you know how awful it is to talk to a blank screen in an avatar? Like, it's not a lot of fun. Here's the other thing, too. Clients come from all over the place. I speak Spanish as a second language. Me hearing Spanish on a telephone where I don't see somebody's facial expression is a positive nightmare. I have no context clues. My brain is struggling to keep up with where it is. But if I have a conversation face-to-face with somebody or over a call, I can keep up all the time. So always camera on, camera ready. It really builds the relationship. It doesn't lead to misunderstandings. Always have headphones. Always have a microphone. I know sometimes people are like, the camera works well enough. I don't need a microphone. I'm here to tell you, you're one leaf blower away from your call being obliterated. Okay, so always have that noise canceling microphone around. Make real connections. One of the things that I always do is I make sure that everybody who's on a call, even if it's somebody new, I refer to everybody by their name once during the call. And I always ask each person a personal question. Even if it's down to, hey, Joe, you haven't had an opportunity to say too much during this call. I just want to make sure we're addressing things that are important to you. Is there something you want to talk about that we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? And if they say, oh, no, I'm fine, great. But absolutely make sure you address every single person who's on the call by their name once. That's really important. And then coming into tough conversations. There are always tough conversations. Money is always a tough conversation, right? Don't underestimate your worth. I mean, I've had times that people have said to me, well, I can get this cheaper if I blah, blah, blah. That's fine. I am here to tell you we have a rate. We are worth our rate. I can see if maybe there's a little bit of wiggle room I can do on something. We can talk about maybe payment terms. Maybe you need a net 30, a net 45. What can we do to make a down payment a little more comfortable? But I'm here to tell you that that rate is our worth. They can do it themselves otherwise. You are worth your rate. As one of my colleagues is fond of saying, do not clock out when you go to the bathroom. Shower ideas are real ideas. People think about clients all the time. If you're just going to go to the kitchen for 5 seconds to get a Coke, the clock doesn't stop. You're still thinking about it. So don't feel bad if, I moved 2 inches from my desk, I should clock out. If you're gone for 15 minutes, that's another story, okay? But you are worth, your head is still going. If you don't know, refer out. Have people to work alongside of you. And always stress with people, you get what you pay for. When somebody will say to me, well, I can get this less expensively here, I'm like, detail it. What are you getting for that money? And I usually find the holes. Time. A lot of people want it solved like way too fast than is practical. Have that conversation up front and say, look, you could have it right or you could have it rushed. And that's a phrase that I use a lot. And they're like, oh, I understand that now. What is absolutely necessary in a phase A? Can we phase this out over time? What is the minimal viable product you need? And then we can iterate on this. That gets you lots of traction with clients. It builds a relationship. You can write a contract if you want for time and materials. Say, look, I don't know the exact time this is going to take. I think it's probably about 50 hours. Tell you what, I'll bill you for 50 hours. not to exceed that, and halfway through, if we think it's going to be more, we'll revisit it. That's a great way of building a relationship. Another great way of doing it is going, you know what, it's a really large project. Maybe the best way to do this is a monthly retainer. I work on this for X hours a month, and after 3 months, we revisit, see what progress it is, and see if we need to reevaluate. That's a great way of working with something too. Giving people lots of options and lots of opportunity to say, can we revisit and revise? They love that. And then sometimes you're just not the right fit. Sometimes these are just the wrong people. It is no one's fault. You are just the wrong people. Let it go when it's wrong. I had a client recently that is breaking up with a marketing firm that they've been with from 10 years. The problem is that 10 years ago they were an SMB. They're not an SMB anymore, and this is a lovely guy. He's just the wrong guy. You know, sometimes you got to break up, and sometimes even that's you as an agency. You know what? My heart is in those small businesses. This person has risen to a level that's beyond me. That's fine. Hey, can I make a recommendation to you? You know, and work with another agency. Our agency, as I said, we really specialize right now in what they call the enterprise market. You would think with all the branding on our website that people would clue into this. Sometimes people don't and are looking for me to do, you know, a website that's like a $5,000 website, which is great. It's just not what we do. We have a whole level of people we refer out to when they want us to do something that's just not us. We build using the block editor. There are people that are like, hey, I want you to build this in Elementor. Elementor's a great product. It's not something we do. I've got a whole list of people that I can say, you want an Elementor person? Allow me to, you know, refer you to these people. So it definitely helps. And one thing that I always do too is just try to cut it off before it becomes nasty. Sometimes things get a little rough. Try to get there ahead of time. Just gauge the room before, you know, and I always start it with, if it has gotten a little tense, saying, you know, I sense we're having some frustration. I totally get it. I just don't think we're the right fit right now. What can we do to help you get to a better place? And that really works out. People kind of respect that you're not wasting their time at a certain point, and that really helps you get through it all. So thank you for listening to me. I know I've been talking up here for a while. You can find me everywhere on the web at New York Allura. I will link the slides up at newyorkallura.com. I'll also have them historically up on SlideShare, so you can grab them from there. Twitter, pretty much all the places. New York Allura, Google it, you'll just find me everywhere pretty much. And I'm happy to take any questions that you may have. And if you have any questions, I think they want you to use the mic because it will go into the feed for the tape if anybody has any questions. Or me talk really, really loud. I was just gonna say that's not probably a great solution. But great question over here.
Hello, that was a great talk and it's very motivating. As a new web developer, I am confused about pricing and expecting that like a lot of people say, like for example, I saw a freelancer charging $1,000 per landing page, but my first quote I gave somebody was for like $300. So I just have no idea where the price ranges go from different types of websites when it comes to landing pages, funnels, even just basic websites that have information like the About page, FAQs, and homepage and everything like that.
Yeah, there's all kinds of different ways that you can provide solutions. I would say as a generality, and this is again as a generality, don't pitch yourself lower than 100 to 125 an hour. Like I said, the alternative is they can do it themselves, which is a viable option should they wish to do so, right? But I would pitch yourself that way. And I would, if you're just starting out, I would think about, is this a small project for you? Is this a medium project for you? Or is this a large project for you? And think about a small project would be maybe 4 pages. How much time would it take me to do 4 pages? Think about your time, now multiply that by your hourly rate. That's your price range, and maybe do a little range. It's between this and this. Same thing with a medium. Maybe that's a, I don't know, a 5 to a 15. Maybe a large is a 15 plus, but cap it. And again, do your math. And then when you talk to somebody, say to them, this project would be between X and X, and that gives you a start range to go with. But I would say as a generality talking rate, so, pitch it as a per hour kind of thing, and give them, I think this would be approximately this many hours to complete. That's a good way to start. Like when you're just starting off, that's a good way to do it. Or come up with like packages. You can have a 3-page website for this price designed with, this is what the template will look like. It'll have your brand colors. It costs this. And then if they want to do something beyond that, well, our add-ons are at my hourly rate of this, and this is between X and X hours.
Perfect. Yeah, that's where I was going to go next, because you said hourly rate first.
Mhm.
But I would imagine, obviously, you're going to speed up the workflow.
Yep.
Everything like that. So then move on to packages.
Yeah. And what I also do too is be nosy. There are other neighbors in the ecosystem. Start poking around and finding like what other people charge, and get some ideas of, can I do this? Would this be a little more? Would this be a little less? Take a look around in others. There's also tons of people here. One of the greatest opportunities is being out there in the hallway truck and talking to other folks in your area. You'll get all kinds of different ideas. You're welcome. Anybody else have questions? Okay, thanks. And if not, you can always catch me outside afterwards, but no problem.
Nice talk. So I'm going to build a little bit on his question. Does he need to focus on a certain level of client? For example, enterprise, so we can start talking about 120.
Yeah. Wait, I'm sorry, say it again.
So we can start talking about 120. I would think that the client is enterprise or something like that. They're used to paying that, because it's kind of arbitrary to say it's going to take me X amount of hours when you don't know how much time it will take another person.
The first thing you really have to understand is, what is it that they need? At the end of the day, what is it that they need? What they need? Where are they now? Where do they need to go? How much time will it take you to get there? And once you establish that, talk to them about, like I said, break it down in chunks. What is the minimal viable product you need? The minimal viable product will take you this much time and this much of our experience to get you there. This is what it will cost. And then if you want to go beyond that, this is what we can continue to iterate on over time.
But that will have to be to a company that already works that way, right? That they are used to spending money.
Not necessarily. And sometimes people, it's you acquainting them with, this is how this works. It's kind of like people coming into any industry. You walk into the dry cleaner, you learn how the dry cleaner works. This is the system, right? You walk into the grocery store, it's a different system. And for some people, doing website work, it's just a different system. It's a different way it works. And sometimes you have to do a little bit of education on, hey, this is how we typically work. And once they understand your system, they're like, oh, got it. And speaking in analogies like that is a great thing to do, because they're like, oh, it's a different system. It's a different way of working. So once they understand your system, it's a little easier for them to embrace it when they're not as familiar with it.
I have another question. So I do analytics mainly, and WordPress as well. So I've been trying to find people who have the business and then work together. I put the technology and they run the business and they split the profits, right? It's very difficult to get them to recognize that a sale was made. Is there any way that we can control that?
So redefine that a little bit for me.
Okay, so I do analytics, right? And you sell cups, right?
Okay.
And I tell you, hey, you should build a website, and then you say, I don't have money or I have no interest. Okay, I'll put the website, I'll put the analytics, all that investment. I'm gonna make the phone to start ringing. You're gonna make the sales, but then you need to split the profit.
Okay.
And they tend not to split the profit.
Everything comes down to a contract. I probably would never do, literally, my work is paid. You are going to pay this much upfront for a deposit, and when I deliver, I am delivering this product to you, and I expect payment. If it's not getting paid, you're not getting it. Good luck with that. I wouldn't do a share of profit. I wouldn't do a share of business. I wouldn't. The same way I always talk to people, your website is your new online brochure. You wouldn't tell your printer, well, I'm only going to pay you for the brochures if I get 20 more people in this week. It doesn't work that way. So I would definitely approach it that way. And sometimes there are the folks that that are going to work, and sometimes they're people that they're just not going to work with. I had one client we turned down. Believe it or not, he has an ice cream chain, and he's like, "I'm not sure if I really need a website." And I'm like, "We're not having this conversation. You know, it just wasn't worth having." He's like, "I think we can do it all on Facebook." I was like, good luck on that until Mark Zuckerberg changes your algorithm. So sometimes you just have to play a little bit of hardball. And I know, like, when you're starting out, sometimes it's like, oh gosh. But there are clients I walked away from going, when I was doing things just on my own, I was like, this is not worth my time. This is not worth my time. This is not worth my aggravation. Not worth doing it.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Laura. Thank you.
David Wolfpaw. David Wolfpaw is a professional web developer focused on WordPress theme and plugin development. They emphasize helping small businesses, providing ongoing maintenance and support, and educating users through services Fix Up Fox. Their talk is Monetizing Your Passion, WordPress for Content Creators. Let's give a very warm welcome to David Wolfpaw.
While I was sitting there a moment ago, I realized I have a nice coffee and everything. I think I just wore the wrong outfit and I dyed my hair this week, so it doesn't look exactly like my picture, but hopefully you can recognize me. Thank you all for coming after lunch. I know this is a time when everyone starts to lag a bit, so I'm going to try to keep it nice and high energy. And before getting started, I want my presentations to be interactive. By that, I mean if you have a question, you do not need to wait till the end. I will try to do my best to answer it in the moment, but if you do have a question, please bring it to one of the mics if possible. So before we get started, I think that introduction was pretty much the important things. I've been working with WordPress for over 15 years now. I've been doing a lot of plugin development, theme development, custom integrations, things like that. But the sweet spot that I've found has been doing ongoing WordPress maintenance. So basically, if someone has something wrong with their site, I try to fix it, whatever that ends up being. And I also want to briefly thank SiteGround. I am not a SiteGround employee. I am one of the SiteGround ambassadors, and I've been using them for over a decade now, so I'm not just saying that because they asked me to come here and give this presentation, but I'm really happy they did. Who here already creates something with WordPress or creates something online? Wow, shocking, everybody, right? I know, that's why you're here today. There's a lot of different ways that you can use WordPress to create content and a lot of ways to use WordPress to share content, but it's not always easy to get paid for it, right? One of the problems that I have when I'm writing plugins that I personally want to use that scratch my own itch or that just something that I'm not building for a specific client is I would love people to use the things that I've made. And there is just, so everyone knows that there's a link to the slides at the start. I will have that link again at the end where you can get them all now, because that will also include a lot of helpful links and places where you can find my things. I want people to use the tools I make. That means sometimes I don't know when to charge for the things that I make. I'm like, well, I know this is useful, but I don't know who's actually going to care enough about it to pay for it, so I just want people to try it. So that's something that I want to address here. I have done all of these things either for myself or for my clients. I manage for them. And I'm going to go through 5 different ways that you can monetize either your WordPress site or monetize with your WordPress site, and some helpful tools for them. When I was just starting out doing development as a full-time career, I was an educator. I did education work both at a local college. I taught some in-person courses. I did online webinars where I would do the courses, live with people while we're going through them together. And then I also had pre-recorded webinars that people could then do and come back and I would answer questions via email. So a few different ways that I've taught people, and all of those different ways that I taught people had different ways that they were monetized. The most straightforward, obvious one, the university paid me when I was teaching students in class, and they paid the university to be there. So I kind of had the university as a middleman. I have some courses up on Skillshare. They end up being the middleman for that. The one that was most challenging was when I was running courses where I was directly working with the people who wanted to learn. Because not only do I need to know the things, and I need to create the presentations and share them and answer questions, things like that. But I need to do the thing that for me is harder than all those other things, which is finding clients and selling to them. Some people like Laura, if you were in here for the presentation that just happened, that is their sweet spot of being able to, identify how to sell to people and what things to say and do. I like to sit behind the computer and write code, and even being up here doing these things is something that I really had to train myself to do. So I'm going to go through each one of these different topics in order. If there's any one that you have specific questions on, again, I'll be available right now or at the end for Q&A. I'll also be around after to answer them. And like I said, there's going to be links, but there will be links on where to get all the slides so you don't miss out on anything. So the first one is probably one of the more common methods that people hear about to monetize the things that they're making online, doing some sort of affiliate marketing. Basically, the idea is you recommend a product or a service, something somewhere that you have some sort of direct connection with, usually a link that you give people or a promo code. So you can say, you know, I can talk to you about how great it is to go to WordCamps and everything, but sometimes I get tired, and you know who can help me with that? My Helix Sleep System, or Casper, whichever one's the popular one now. Use my code. Come to think of it, next time I should put one of those in my slides. That would be great and hilarious if somebody bought a mattress because of that. And you know, that's the way that you get paid. They basically, you are using your audience to talk to people, and your audience, if they buy from that third party, is part because they wanted whatever product that is, and they trust you for selling it to them. So I just put some screenshot examples. They might be a little smaller because I tried fitting 4 of them on here for different types of websites that do this. The first one that I put up is called Abby Organizes. Abby does all sorts of organizing your life type content. So her website is a personal blog that does reviews on organization systems, does tutorials like on how to clean out your closet, how to ensure that the food in your fridge stays fresh and doesn't get wasted, things like that. One I happened to choose was a digital product, how to organize your digital files, because that's something that I struggle with regularly. And notably, anything in here is, any links in those posts are going to be affiliate links. So if you decide, hey, Evernote sounds like a great idea, I'm going to give it a try. If you click from a link on the website, it will tell them that Abby's the one who sent you, and Abby will get some cut of the money. Similarly, NerdWallet is another popular one. There's a lot of finance websites that are popular like this. They will tell you, we've tried all the different credit card point systems. Here's the ones we think work best. Headphones Addict. Instead of being something that could be like a general purpose, it's very specific. We focus on headphones. So if you want to find the best headphones for whatever, here's what we think about it. Here's where you can buy it. All these are affiliate links. And then I wanted a more fun example, and it looks more fun on desktop view than on mobile. But the final website, which I realize you can't read the logo from here, is the website This Is Why I'm Poor. If you go to thisiswhyimpoor.com, it's a silly website, which is like, here are the coolest gadgets that I didn't know I needed for my kitchen, or other clickbaity titles here. 33 work from home essentials that will make work suck less. Because sometimes work sucks, and I want to know that if I buy the right, if I buy that desk pad down there, it's going to make work suck a little bit less. And then I'll think, you know what, maybe I need a desk pad. I never thought I needed one, but suddenly I do. I don't maybe have the best opinions about making everything hyper-consumerist, but that is one way that you can quickly get started with monetizing things on your own website, is partner with people who already do whatever it is that you want to sell, or whatever thing you talk about, there are probably some sort of marketable way to talk about it. One of my very first WordPress websites was a website where I did video game reviews. I was playing through all the old NES games. It was like well past the system being relevant, but I had a goal of playing through several hundred of them, and I would talk about the different games, and I would usually link to, at the time this was a lot harder to find companies that made emulators for those retro games, and also when it was easier to link to them and not have issues trying to sell those products. So there are a lot of positives to affiliate marketing. It's really easy to get started. There's almost no cost to it. By that I mean, you're not getting charged by the company to promote that company's products. You just get paid a bit when you sell those products. There is some potential for passive earnings. That's like I don't want to sell people on something that doesn't exist here. I don't believe that passive income is a real thing. But I do understand the idea of creating something once, updating it as needed, and having people find it later and continuing to get paid for it. So, I might not regularly update that list of 30 products to make work suck less, but somebody is going to find it a year later, buy that desk mat or something else, and I'll still get paid for it. Again, that's not truly passive. You still have to do a lot of work to market these things, update them when links stop working or when it doesn't make sense anymore, etc. But it's something that you can continue to benefit from over time. And I also think it's great that affiliate marketing is scalable. What I mean by that is, besides the fact that it's scalable, that the more people who view your things, the more sales you can make, I also mean that you can focus on, say, one niche, one type of product at one time, and then through the future, when you grow and change, you don't necessarily need to create whole new products. You just need to look for new things that match that. So if I didn't bring a great example here, but let's say if I'm talking about building websites as an agency, I start out building the $500 websites, and then I start getting better at it, getting reviews, and I build the $5,000 websites, continue getting better, build the $50,000 ones, etc. I need to rework my tooling for that. I need to do a lot more work. I need to build a team, all those different things that come along with that. If I decide, okay, I'm done writing reviews about mattresses, I want to start branching off into other things, other household goods, I don't really need to build a whole new business around it. I can just find new things that better fit that and fit into my content. That said, nothing is without its cons. Affiliate marketing, variable income is a huge thing. I mentioned the mattress thing as a joke because I listen to a lot of podcasts, and it seems like every podcast has like Factor or Helix or Squarespace right now as their sponsors, which is great when it's a time that those products are in high demand. There are cycles to every different product out there, and there will be times of year that some products are not in as high demand. So you need to be ready for that variable income of, last month was a great month to sell, I don't know, I keep coming to mattresses, it's a podcast I listen to. Last month was a great month for that, but this month that wasn't the type of product for this month. You need to be ready to handle that variable income. Additionally, all those pros that I gave to affiliate marketing, the corollary is the con that those are some very high competition markets. So you need to either be really good at what you're doing, or you need to have some really novel way of presenting it to a new audience. Again, I listen to a ton of podcasts and read a ton of blogs that will all recommend the same big companies that like buy out ads everywhere. So were I to choose one of those products, one of those is going to get my business and not the other ones. Is going to get that affiliate income, excuse me. And then finally, this is going to be, again, this is the problem that I say is always hardest for me. It's going to be a problem with all of these, but definitely with the kinds of websites that need a lot of traffic to generate income. It will take a long time to do affiliate marketing well. You really need to have an audience in place or build up a big audience to make it worthwhile. So, good place to start in terms of how much money you need to spend. Bad place if you have no audience and no way to get an audience. If you do plan on doing affiliate marketing on your website, there are a lot of tools for WordPress, a lot of plugins that can help with that. I have a few different types of links. So Pretty Links and Thirsty Affiliates are two different companies that you can go to for affiliate products. You can also find them individually on companies. Myself, more often, I might go, I use Gravity Forms a lot. I use SiteGround a lot. So I'm going to go to those companies directly, get an affiliate link, etc. But a lot of companies will go to these platforms that handle the affiliate programs for them. And these are some places you can find those. A popular tool for WordPress is called AdSanity. This is a plugin that helps you to make sure that all of the links on your website are linking to your affiliate links, and it will rewrite them if you need to. It also allows you to place ads on your website that you create. This is different than like putting Google AdSense where you have no idea what's going to show up. In this case, you still know what's going to show up, where it's going to show up, but it helps make that easier. And then from the opposite side, if you are a company that wants to run an affiliate program, you want people to help market for you. You have a cool product, but you don't have the audience yet. Maybe you want to start your own affiliate program so that people can sell on your behalf. Affiliate WP is a good tool for that. That works with WordPress. So let's say you've given affiliate content a try. Also, the examples that I gave before, all those podcast examples, those ones would more rightly fall under this topic here, but I wasn't about those. Sponsored content. You've got the products that you like to sell, but this time you already have some sort of audience. So this way you either go to a company or a company will come to you, and you say, I have an audience of 10,000 listeners to my podcast, 50,000 monthly viewers to my website, whatever metrics you have. I would like to, again, either they will come to you and say, I'd like you to place some sponsored content on your site, or you go to them and say, I will talk about your product and sell it for you for whatever terms you set with them. There's a lot of ways to go about that. Some examples that I have here, and I highlighted things that will show you where they are sponsored. Morning Brew regularly sponsors their newsletters, so they can go to people and say, we have, they're somewhere in I think the 3 million range of subscribers for Morning Brew. So they can say, here's the number of subscribers we have. Here's our average click-through, our average open rate. And then they can sell to marketers based on those terms. In this case, this Morning Brew newsletter, the whole newsletter itself for that day was presented by Miso Robotics. Further down, there was a little ad for them, but basically, they just said, I'm going to be the sponsor for this whole newsletter today. Similar to sites that do affiliate marketing, sponsored content would be the same, only for this BuzzFeed article, they make mention specifically that this is a sponsored product that they're talking about. In this case, the sponsor is Lowe's, so they're talking about all the cool things you can do with Lowe's, while putting it into their specific format, which is listicles and GIFs from TV shows, the thing that people like. And then similarly, you can have sponsored content on other social media platforms. For instance, I guess I would say it's a clever one for Hot Ones to have Tums as a sponsor to present, the Hot Ones hot sauces, and also you're probably going to need Tums after. So the reason I highlighted these 3 different ones, while none of these are directly WordPress, the idea is that sponsored content can go into a variety of different mediums. Newsletter, your website, your social media. It doesn't have to live all in one place. So one pro that sponsored content has that affiliate marketing doesn't is that you're getting direct revenue. I'm going to get paid every time somebody clicks this affiliate link to buy something at Lowe's. Lowe's came to me and they're giving me a flat sum or whatever terms you make with them, but I'm getting money guaranteed up front to run this content. So you don't have to worry about the same type of variability as you would with affiliate content. You also get to build relationships with those companies. So, you might start out by, say, writing blog posts for a hosting company's website, and then having that hosting company ask you to go to an event and give a presentation, as an example. Oh, yeah, there it is, yeah. You get to build these ongoing relationships. The idea is that, if somebody who works with that company already knows you, already has done work with you, then they know that they can work with you again, presuming you do a good job, and that you can move up and up and up. So as you grow, your relationship with them can grow as well. And I also think that sponsored content can do a lot for trust, and it's a trust that can go both ways. What I mean is that, and I hope this is not too much, I'm not trying to use this as a plug, but I'm going to try to use this as an example of saying this company trusted me enough to be able to come out here and give a presentation that is not about them. And also, I can demonstrate, look, I am trustworthy enough that somebody thought it was worth me coming and talking on their behalf. That's similar if you're working with a business that you have some sort of sponsor relationship with. You know, you can show, like, I'm just not some random person talking about this. I'm somebody that has the ear of people who know what they're talking about and have funds to support it. So sometimes you can do these things with sponsored content and it won't sound very authentic. Who here thinks that every YouTube channel, every podcast and everything, who thinks they use all the products that they promote? All right? They probably are talking about products that they would never personally use, let alone pay for. Not all the time. You know, hopefully there's enough trust there, again, that you know they aren't selling you something that's purely a scam or harmful to the consumer. I'm enough of a fan of some of the shows that I listen to or YouTube channels that I follow that I have written messages to them that have said things along the lines of, hey, have you considered trying other sponsors besides BetterHelp? If anyone knows about the ethical issues of that specific company. Now I'll call someone out. Because, you know, I feel it's important enough to highlight if it's a company that I think is going to be negative for both parties. You do need to have legal disclosures. On the previous slide, I showed, you know, places that they had whatever legal disclosures they have to have. I'm not a lawyer, and also I know that right now I'm talking to people in the US, and not everybody you're going to work with will be US based, so please talk to actual lawyers when it comes to whatever legal disclosures you might have. That's not really like a con so much as just something to be concerned about. Or the con of it is if you ignore that entirely or try to hide it, then the IRS is going to come and get mad at you and try to take more money from you. And again, same as with affiliate marketing, there's a lot of time and effort that goes into building these relationships, into building up the audiences that will allow you to have these relationships. But you also have things to worry about, like now instead of just signing up for an affiliate link, you need to have negotiations. How much is 1,000 impressions worth to you? How much time do we have before this content needs to go live? You know, what is the contract going to be between us? Things like that. Those are additional time and effort that you have to spend. The two resources that I put for sponsored content, since a lot of that is dealing one-on-one with companies, is just the FTC website has clear guides. If you go to these links, they are presentations that they put together. They're not like boring pages, like, you know, of small text. They are actual presentations that's like FTC disclosure 101 for social media. And they'll tell you, like, here's the things that you need to worry about. And they're written in language that, you know, is not meant to be like obtuse. It's meant to be like, hey, if you're promoting something on Instagram, here's what you need to do to follow the law. So I would highly recommend looking at those documents. Okay, so now, for the moment, we're moving away from selling things that belong to other people. Presumably, I guess you can sell other people's products for them, but let's focus on our products that we make. Myself, you know, again, I make themes and plugins. I make things that I can resell to other people. Courses can be the same. It's still a product that you're packaging up to sell. So myself, I love to draw. I use Procreate, an app on my tablet. And one thing that people sell a lot of is brushes for Procreate. They might make a custom brush, and you know, and you can find these for Photoshop. You can find, I'm trying to think of other tools. I buy LUTs for the photo editing app that I use. I buy some plugins for DaVinci Resolve, the video editing app I use. Like, people make tools that are parts of other tools, and you can go find those a lot of places. Procreate, I find brushes on Etsy. That's one place that people commonly sell those if they don't have their own website. So I'm basically paying somebody, you know, a few dollars to get access to not even like a piece of art, but the brush that I can use to make the piece of art with. I also go and buy comics from Gumroad. This is a comic that I bought not too long ago. It was one that somebody had like as a pay whatever you want kind of thing for. And yeah, people will make their digital products put it up somewhere. In this case, Etsy and Gumroad, they take cuts of the money that you get in, but you don't have to build your own website around it. So my last example is one that is built for a WordPress plugin with a WordPress plugin, Facet WP. I have no relationship with them, but I've used their tool. It works very well, so I would gladly pay for it to use it. And they sell directly from their own website using a WordPress plugin to manage the sales. When you're selling a digital product, you can have high margins on it because you can sell it for whatever price you think the market will bear, and you don't have to worry about a very large percentage of that getting taken out. With most platforms, if you're selling your digital products, you're going to have somewhere between 5 to 10% of it go to fees for the platform and for card processing, things like that. But that's different than, say, using an Amazon affiliate link, where I would collect 1 to 2% of the money that you spend there, which makes sense. You know, I shouldn't get a majority of your purchase of a physical product from Amazon or from some other company. But in this case, you know, I would much rather get the 90% of a $10 product that I'm selling than, you know, 1% of a $10 product that you buy through a link that I have. You also have a lot more creative control when you're selling digital products. So you get to choose how much you're going to charge for it. You know, again, whatever the market's going to bear. For all those different things that I showed you, I can give examples of ranges that seem common. You know, you're not going to want to sell something for 10 times more than other people and expect to get the same number of sales. But you can choose how you want to send things to people, like how you want to distribute. You can choose what you're selling. Those 3 different examples I gave, a creation tool, a digital comic, and a WordPress plugin. Completely different skill sets to make, completely different markets. You get to be in control of what it is that you're making and selling. And also, you get to make multiple types of products. Myself, I make a ton of different things online. As I kind of mentioned at the start of my talk, my problem is, since I just want more people's eyes on them, I like to give too many things away. But you can make, you know, I have WordPress plugins that you can download. I have some ebooks that you could get, courses, pay to work with me directly for maintenance, things like that. You don't have to be bound to one specific type of product. If you're selling your own things, probably the biggest headache you're going to have to deal with is quality control. What I mean by that is, you know, people are paying you money for something that you made. They expect it to work. You know, if you go to my website and I say, like, oh, this is the best pair of headphones, go buy it. You buy it and you're like, these headphones aren't great. The most you can be mad at me for is the fact that I was not very clear in how good they were. But I don't have control over what the headphones company does. If I'm making a plugin and you're buying it, you install it and it simply does not work, does not do what I said it would do, causes something else on your website to crash. Part of that is on me. Even if, I kind of see Laura nodding her head a little bit, so I'm going to say, even if it ends up being something that is out of your control entirely, that's not how your customer is going to look at it. So you need to both make that product worth whatever they pay for it, and you need to be ready for whatever customer support is going to come up. So, you know, I sell a product, I don't adequately describe how to install it on a WordPress website that's also running, you know, Elementor, let's say, and they're like, okay, I made this thing to go into the block editor, how do I get it to go into my page builder? Oops, I didn't plan for that. Now I have to work with you to figure out how to solve your problem specifically. And again, with all the other ones, same things are going to apply for marketing. You need to be able to get in front of the right audience. And in this case, it's not just I'm blasting this out to, you know, thousands of people and a few of them will click on it. It's I want to get a much more targeted approach, people who are actually interested in this product, and I need to have some reason for them to buy whatever I'm selling versus whatever someone else is selling. So like as an example, there are dozens of premium contact form plugins for WordPress. I just chose that because I know that there's a lot of them that are popular, have similar prices, and there are also some free ones out there. They all need to have some sort of value proposition that makes you say, I'm going to purchase one from, I was going to name companies, but I'm not going to like make it sound like I'm for one or against another. But you know, I want to buy this contact form versus that other contact form. They need to have some reason that sets them apart from other people. If they don't, there's probably a good chance that they're not going to sell very well. So if you want to sell your own digital products via your WordPress site, that example Facet WP that I showed you, they use a tool called Easy Digital Downloads. That's probably the most popular one that I can think of. A lot of different plugin companies use this WordPress plugin to sell their plugins, pluginception. You could also use a platform that is meant for selling any product like WooCommerce. WooCommerce does have the ability to sell digital-only products. And the reason I chose Gravity Forms is, I know I lied and said I wasn't going to choose one, but I personally use Gravity Forms. You can build a form on your website and then just add a product field to it and say, you know, this form that you're filling out is to buy this digital product. It's $10. Enter your PayPal info or whatever. Most form companies have that, and I'm highlighting them because that's the one that I know and I use. But you don't even have to have something as put together as a full e-commerce platform. You can start as simply as saying, here's a form, it links to my Stripe, it links to my PayPal, to my whatever. You do that there, and it's going to send you an email with a download link or, you know, however you're going to serve up your files. Does anyone here work with membership sites? As someone who runs their own membership site, I'm just curious. Okay. So there's a lot of work involved in doing a membership site, right? For me, when I've done membership sites, thankfully I wasn't the person running them. I was the person providing services for them. I've worked with a company to teach people some web development, and I would do live webinars, as I mentioned, and it was all via membership sites. So my focus on the back end as not a creator, somebody building them, has just been like managing the customers and everything. But they can be really valuable. There's a lot of those tools that have gotten so much easier to use than since when I first started using them. You can build a membership site for pretty much anything that people will find interest in, whether it's if you're a freelance writer, if you're a freelance designer, if you are an artist who wants to learn about art. I even understand that there's membership sites around Twilight, I heard. If I had that in my slide. Yeah, people build membership sites around pretty much any topic. I specifically chose ones that the reason for people joining these are because they want to use them to increase their earning potential or increase, you know, the things that they can sell as well. So all these different communities, you notice that, you know, this one, join the community, join the club. I can't remember what the button lower down that one says, but it's like basically buy the courses. All have a specific call to action, the thing that they want to focus on you doing. So a lot of people consider these types of site like the holy grail of, they consider the thing that you get from this, recurring revenue, to be like the holy grail of selling products online. You get to get a set amount of money on a regular basis, and all you need to do is worry about is managing churn and all the things that come with keeping people happy enough to continue buying. But if you build a good site, if you have good tools, the idea is that once you have a client, they're a client for a long time. You can also get direct feedback here. If I'm selling you if I sell you a plugin and I say like, here, use this on your site, I'm probably only going to hear from you when you have a problem. You know, when you say like, this thing broke, I need to fix it. When you have a membership site, these are people who've already said, I'm engaged enough that I'm going to start paying you for whatever it is you're offering, teaching, you know, have as part of this membership. They're going to be a lot more active in giving you direct feedback. So I've tailored some of the courses that I had done based on the questions that people would give. You know, I would see, oh, I get the same question a lot. We should probably start making a class for this. That way we can head them off, answer these questions. These people are a lot more engaged to give you directly, here's what I want, here's what I like, here's what I don't like. In my case, I got a bit of brand authority from it too. When I can tell people like, oh yeah, no, I know what I'm talking about. I've taught in a variety of different settings. The one that usually gets people most is the college, because, you know, if I can say like, oh, the university paid me to teach these classes, I don't know, I guess academia feels a little bit more robust than just like I spun up a website and started selling things. but it proves some sort of authority in what you're doing. So for the examples here, you know, when somebody has that community for freelance writers, if that person then wants to go and parlay that into working with other companies to work with, say, online publications that want to find freelancers or things like that, they might be a bad writer on their own. They might not be very good. But they can say, I have this big community, I work with them, I know the things that they need and want, and I know how they operate. So they will have some sort of authority there to talk with people who might not know the industry well. Now, setting up sites like this, that was partly wanted to know if anyone runs one themselves, you know that it's a lot of work to run one. There's a lot of things that you need to focus on, how you're going to set up your terms for your site, setting up payments, making sure they recur properly, making sure that people get access to what they're supposed to and not what they're not supposed to, you know, all the different technical things they need to worry about. That's a little bit more involved than setting up a form, highlighting, you know, sending an affiliate link, things like that. Similarly, you still have to focus on that customer support. Now that customer support is going to be a lot more, I would say, parasocial, a lot more one-on-one, because this isn't just somebody who bought a product that you sold and is using it. This is somebody who is there for, you know, something more than that, so whatever community it is that you're building. And then you need to worry about handling churn. You need to make sure that if for some reason you're seeing a lot of people drop off, figuring out, you know, why is it that they've decided this is no longer relevant? Or what do I do when I notice that this is a cyclical membership? You need to find some way to address that churn. A lot of places do exit interviews, you know, like, oh, I see that you're canceling, can you tell us why? You know, you're not going to always get the best responses, but hopefully you'll get something that can help you improve your offerings. Finally, I personally use Paid Memberships Pro. That plugin has a lot of excellent add-ons for it. The base plugin you can use for free, but there's a lot of add-ons that can make it do very specific things. MemberPress is also a useful one. LearnDash, if your membership site is specifically focused on learning. LearnDash or another LMS, those ones that are geared around courses and quizzes and things like that. And then the final one I want to talk about is one that, another one that I personally use, just contacting people directly to ask for donations of sorts. So patrons or crowdfunding. This is one way to market your website to, you know, make some income from it that is less I'm selling you on something specific and more I'm selling you on an idea. So I've used this plugin, GiveWP, that allows you to set up your site for donations. You can try it on their website. You can see other people who've used it. The idea is that, you know, you set this up for somewhere that you want to garner donations towards something as opposed to like selling a product specifically. So I've had a lot of success with this for my site and the client sites when there's already an audience for them saying, you know, you already know the mission that we have. Can you help us support it? I personally run a Patreon, well, I run a Mastodon instance, one of those federated social media websites, if you don't know what that is, and I have a Patreon for it. I used to pay for all the hosting costs out of pocket. When Twitter started being worse than usual, we got a lot of new people that really bumped up our server costs, but I was able to spin that into a Patreon to get different people to help donate to cover the server costs. And then I use Kickstarter a lot. Similar to Gumroad, I buy a lot of comics. So I found a fun comic that I backed a few days ago. That's one way to say, like, I've already worked with you. I've already purchased comics from this creator before, and I want to give you money in advance to be able to produce the next one to come out. So there's a lot of different ways that you can garner donations or do crowdfunding. The main idea here is that you're not selling them on a specific product right now. You're more selling them on I would say, a community. You know, even on Kickstarter, I might be buying that comic, but you have to click that little thing that says, I understand that this is a donation and it is not a promise of a product. It might never happen, and that's okay with me going, yes, I just want to try to help. So again, you get direct support when you're using crowdfunding tools. You know, the people who want whatever it is that you are trying to create, they are there because they either support you as a person or they really want the thing that you plan on making. If you are doing something that maybe isn't the most, I would say the most common, the most advertiser-friendly, something that would be challenging to produce in other ways. You know, I'd like to make this comic about an interesting idea, but I don't know anyone at a traditional publisher. You have more creative freedom when you use these kinds of tools. And for me, the most important thing for using these tools is validation. I mean validation in two ways. One, there's market validation for your product. A lot of people who sell digital products will say, you know, before you've even written a line of code, get your mailing list together, start telling people about the product as if it's already there, and you just say, you know, coming soon, coming whenever. If people are signing up to receive notifications about whatever it is you're working on, you validated that there are people interested in that thing before you've even started work. Additionally, if it's something like, for me, running a Patreon and having people give me money each month and say, like, yes, I'm supporting this thing you're doing, it validates that people actually care enough about the thing that I'm already doing. You know, I enjoy the community that I put together on that Mastodon site. I enjoy the fact that I don't need to pay the hosting fees anymore out of pocket, but I more enjoy the fact that I know that of all the people who use it, there is a large percentage of them that say this is valuable enough to me in my life that I want to give you money to make sure it stays here. I think that's just, for me, that's the best part about this type of direct giving model, is being able to get people to tell you this is something that I want to exist. There are some cons. You have to have some sort of commitment. So like I said, when it comes to Kickstarter, you know, you do have to check when you buy something on Kickstarter that you're not actually buying a product, you're giving them a donation. But you probably don't want to be known as somebody who regularly makes commitments that they can't keep. You're not gonna stay in business very long that way. Administration can take up a lot more time than with other things. You know, you might need to make sure that you have exclusives for patrons or extra gifts for people who kickstart crowdfund at a higher level than other people. So there's a lot of things to handle those tiers rewards that you don't normally have to think of. And there's also that pressure. I've backed several Kickstarters that have not come to fruition, and people can like make updates on the campaigns, how they're going. I've seen people who are individual creators who thought, you know, I have this great idea for a book I want to write, or, you know, music I want to make, a game I want to make, and then they will start putting things like, I was doing really well for the past few months, and now life changes have happened. You know, I got into an accident. The creative well has run dry. I feel such pressure to get something out, and now I'm not getting it, and the longer it goes on, the more stressful it feels. That's something big to consider. If I already have a product, and I go like, here, I'm done selling this, okay, I can take it down. But if somebody buys it in advance, there's a different type of pressure there. You know, that doesn't always mean that you are beholden to something. You know, again, if I go like, I'm gonna make this, then I go, just kidding, it didn't happen for whatever reason. You know, I'm most likely not like legally responsible for that, but I'm gonna feel personally responsible. I don't know, if anyone else is like me, where I never want people to ask me to do something just because I'm going to say yes no matter what, and then I'm gonna kill myself until I do whatever it is. Yeah, not a great habit, so something to keep in mind. As I mentioned, you can collect donations from your own site via a variety of methods. I personally use GiveWP, I think it works well. There's a bunch of different ways to get regular patron support. Two popular ones are Patreon and Subscribestar. And then there's a variety of ways that you can start crowdfunding campaigns. Two of the bigger platforms are Kickstarter and Indiegogo. They have different types of terms for what you might want to use them for. Who here, my last question for all of you, who here sells products online but does not have some sort of mailing list where you keep in contact with people? Shame on you. I'm just kidding, but I'm also not kidding. I think every marketer will tell you you need to have some sort of way to keep in contact with people, preferably an email list that you own. So this is going to be my last little kind of pitch thing here. Make sure that you are having some way that you can keep in contact with people before and after they make purchases from you. It's a way to drive traffic to your content, especially if you have new products coming out. You get to talk about like, hey, you already purchased, this plugin I built. I made a new one. Here's info about it. You can promote sponsored content there. Again, I showed that Market Brew email where they were able to sell some of their audience to a marketer. And then you can also, let's say, cross-promote your content. You might have another business, a new product, something else that you think will be a good fit for the people who already chose to sign up with you. I personally do all of my email marketing from my own website. I've tried MailChimp, Constant Contact, all those other ones. I really prefer to have more control over it myself. Plus, I love building my email newsletters right from inside of my website, as opposed to having to create content for my site and then go and translate it into somebody else's page builder. I do use SiteGround's email marketing tools. I do use some other tools as well, but this one I use that I can send emails directly from my website. It goes directly with your site where you can create content as you would any other WordPress WordPress content, like pages or posts, send it out. You can grow your list without having to do more manual work yourself. By that, it's whenever you sell a product, let's say you have it connected to WooCommerce or something, you can have a check mark that says, I also want to receive your newsletter. Again, you're already creating that content for your website, so you can send that out without having to recreate it again. And one of the features that they offer that I take advantage of is what's called smart sending. Basically, it tries to figure out when the best time to send your type of content is, and will schedule it for you at those times. Because some people respond to different emails better at different times. But again, whatever you use, have some sort of mailing list. You also want to make sure that you're optimizing your website. And I realize I'm coming on time, so sorry, I'm speeding at like the end. You want to make sure that your website is fast. For all the normal reasons you don't want your website to be fast, but you're not going to sell something if people can't even load your site. You're not going to sell something if your website gets hacked. Make sure you have some sort of security set up. And you're not going to sell things if people cannot find your website. Ensure that you're doing the things that you need to do for SEO. Again, I think these are all the common, you should be doing this for every website you have. So I want to just go through this one before I run out of time. And make sure I have a couple time for questions. At time, all right. Well, in that case, if anyone has any questions, sorry that I am a lengthy talker, but I will talk to you at length outside after this. And again, if you want to find these slides, you can go to my website and to the page Monetizing WordPress. It has all of these slides, all of the links there. So, that's it. Thank you. I need to have like a countdown right on my screen so I know that I'm like
I'm on. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We have another exciting talk with one of the stars of the WordPress community.
Oh, please.
Yeah, clap it up, clap it up, clap it up. We love Michelle. Well, I'm going to introduce her anyway. Michelle Frechette is the Director of Community Engagement for Stella WP at Liquid Web. Michelle was called the busiest woman in WordPress by Matt Mullenweg at WordCamp US 2022, and she's still the busiest woman in WordPress. Her talk today is all about you, unleashing the power of personal branding. Everyone, give another warm welcome to Michelle Frechette.
Thank you. Everybody needs a hype man like Caleb. Because my day is complete now. I'm happy. If I could have my slides up, that'd be awesome. Maybe they're not connected. I think something's probably not plugged in where it's supposed to be. Give us just a second. They plugged this in, but I'm noticing now it's not plugged into anything else. Yeah. Thank you. Perfect. All right. Thank you very much. So as you can see, it is all about you unleashing the power of personal branding. Subtitled, Things You Can Do Within a Week to Start to Grow Your Brand. And I will preface this by saying this entire talk is a do as I say, not as I did, because it took me a really long time to get where I am because I didn't know any of these things beforehand, and I failed my way into a lot of success. So hopefully I can help you avoid some of the pitfalls that I did or just the steps that I missed along the way. So the first question is, why should you even think about personal branding? I gave a version of this talk for the first time at an internal lunch and learn at my company. And when I proposed that I teach a class on personal branding, you can imagine that perhaps some of the leadership team thought I was trying to teach people how to leave the company. Because you grow your personal brand and people notice you and then perhaps try to poach you. But the truth of the matter is that even within your own company, growing your personal brand is so important. Number one, for upward mobility, and also for opportunities to maybe be on a podcast, be invited to other spaces, give talks, and just become a recognized expert in your field. It has also helped me grow the Stellar WP brand because with me running social and me having that behind my name and having the name that I've grown in WordPress, I bring Stellar with me everywhere I go. So instead of saying to me, Michelle, stop doing all the things that you do in WordPress, it's like, as long as you have our name after what you do, we're loving it, right? So you can continue to use anything that you grow on your personal brand to also assist the company that you work with growing theirs, as long as you continue to put those things in the same place. So let's talk about the things that you can do. I will make these slides available, so if you want to take pictures, you're welcome to, but there's literally like 30 slides with a bunch of stuff on it. I promise I will share these all out later. I think I even have a PDF or something I'll put online. Anyway, I have always talked about the power of the favicon. Now, I don't know, I think there are people today who are creating websites who don't even know what a favicon is because they don't call it that anymore. But if you don't know, it's that tiny little image that's in the tab at the top of your browser. And when I was first building in WordPress, you didn't add that through the customizer because there wasn't a customizer when I first started using WordPress. So you had to upload it into a special file. It had to be called like, what was it called, .ico or something like that, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm seeing lots of heads nod, that's a good sign. And it was literally 16 by 16 pixel image. And if you didn't have Like right now, you can upload anything and it'll just kind of squish it into what it thinks is best. But you had to upload a 16 by 16 pixel image. If it was 17 by 17, it did not work. And there are websites that probably still exist that you could upload your image and you could adjust pixel by pixel what it looked like, hit a button that would show you what it's going to render like in that tiny little bit of format. Why is a favicon important? Because if you're like me, you have 50 tabs open all at once. And if you want to be able to recognize your tab, then you're going to have something in that tab that shows what it is. How many of you have looked at tabs and you see the Facebook icon, you see the Twitter icon, and then you see a whole bunch of what looks like a WordPress globe? And you don't know what any of those WordPress globes are because you have so many tabs open, all you see is the image, not the site title. Well, that's because those people failed to put a favicon on their website. Don't be like them. Be like Michelle. Put a lovely little favicon at the top of your site. So the favicon, I used to call it the cherry on the website sundae. So if your website is full of amazing things, why wouldn't you put the cherry on top and add that tiny little 16 by 16 pixel piece of branding at the top? So create a favicon. If you go to my website, which is meetmichelle.online, you will see a teeny tiny little image of my headshot. And even though if you look at it, you wouldn't necessarily know who it is, if you've ever seen my headshot, then you'd be like, that purple hair, I recognize that purple hair. And so that tiny little favicon is worthwhile investing in that. And you can still create them pixel by pixel if you want, but WordPress does a really nice job, and your theme is where that usually comes in through the customizer, does a really nice job of creating that favicon for you. So start with the tiniest little bit of real estate. And then standardize your headshot. Now, I'm not going to call out anybody in the room because I haven't looked at your headshots in a while, but while there is one person in this room whose headshot is them as a child, however, they use that everywhere. And even though it may not look like who they are today, it's branded. And I know every time I see that child face, I know exactly who that is. And so they're using it consistently everywhere. For a while, I was using a headshot that was 15 years old, and I had red dyed hair, and I looked a lot different because 15 years ago I was 40 years old versus 55 years old, and it makes a difference. And so I realized that I really needed to get some new headshots done. So a year and a half ago, I got brand new headshots done, and then a month and a half later, I chopped off all my hair. So if you look at those headshots now, they don't look exactly like I look today. It's going to cost money to do it again, I promise I will, but the same smiling face, the same glasses, the same purple hair, just a little bit shorter. But I used those, there's two headshots from the same exact photo shoot, and so no matter which one of those you see, it's undeniably Michelle Frechette. And so I suggest that you get some headshots done. You can spend a lot of money. Or you can go out with an iPhone or an Android phone or whatever and have a friend do a really nice picture of you, because our cell phones take beautiful photos now. Just make sure it really captures who you think you are and who you want to portray to the world. And then use that headshot consistently. And if it's a childhood photo, use it. But use it consistently so that when people see it, they go, I know exactly who that is, and I know whose work I'm looking at. And you know who you are in this room, and we'll talk later. Just kidding. And this one is the bane of my existence. I will fight anybody who says that you should write your bio in the first person. When you write your bio, perhaps on your own website, is the only time to consider putting it in the first person. But when you go to look at all the bios of the speakers at WordCamp Asia, WordCamp Europe, something where there's like 50 speakers, and you come across one that's written in the first person, it just doesn't hit the same as one that's written in the third person, because a website is supposed to talk about you, not you first person. So I always recommend to everybody, your bio should be written in the third person. The other thing that writing it in the third person does is it allows you to brag a little bit about the work you do without it sounding like you bragging about the work that you do. So when it says, Michelle was called the most The Busiest Woman in WordPress by Matt Mullenweg, it's way different than I say, I was called the busiest woman in WordPress by Matt Mullenweg, right? So it doesn't sound like bragging. It's like, it's factual. It's factual either way, but it sounds as though somebody else wrote it about me. They didn't. I wrote my own bio. But it sounds better coming in the third person. Now, I will tell you, if you have difficulty writing your own bio because you think it feels like bragging, hire somebody. Hire somebody if you can afford it, and there are people that will work from anywhere from $25 to $30 to $300, $400 to write your bio. And sometimes you get what you pay for, but sometimes those people who are charging $50 for a bio are incredibly good writers just looking for a little extra side cash. You give them the basics, bullet points, maybe meet with them and tell them a little bit about yourself. Within a week, they've written a bio about you that makes you blush about yourself. But now somebody else has said those words about you, and you didn't have to say them about yourself. Because you have to get over your own ego, and I mean that in almost like the negative way, not like I'm bragging, but I'm afraid to brag, right? So you get over your own ego a little bit, let somebody say really nice things about you, and it feels easier to put it on the web when somebody else said it. But if you can say it in the third person, it says the same thing. So you can totally do that yourself too. But write your bio in the third person. So wherever you put it, it's writing about you and not you writing. Make sure your WordPress.org profile is up to date. It's all lowercase there because it's a website, folks, so don't get on me about lowercase WMP. I'll fix it for the next slideshow, I promise. But make sure your WordPress.org profile is up to date because people look there. So if somebody's looking to hire you and they're looking for your WordPress.org profile and all they see is the shadow of a person because it's a placeholder image, and your username, which may or may not actually be your name, because it isn't always, right? You can pick whatever you want. That does not help anyone know anything about you. Now, if you haven't done anything in the WordPress community, it says even less. If you have done things in the WordPress community, those things are going to show up. So if you have badges, you've earned badges by speaking at WordCamps or organizing WordCamps or contributing to the photo directory, those badges are still going to be there. But if you've taken that third-person bio and you've put it there and you've listed some of the things you've done and some of the show talks and things already, but like all those things, you have so much control over putting what's in that bio. Now, is mine a little over the top? Yep. Mine should, because I want people to go there and see she's worth having on our stage. Look at all the talks she's given. Look at all the work she's done. I can trust that she is who she says she is and she does the work that she says she does. So I build that out as though it were any other bio anywhere, and I make it, you don't have to read it, but if you want to, you can see everything that there is to know about me. Now, if I was looking for a job, Liquid Web, if you're listening, I'm not, but if I was, that is also another place that a WordPress company is going to be able to go and see what have I contributed to open source, what kinds of work am I doing in the community, and what am I saying about the work that I do for the company that I work for too, and how am I pushing them forward, and how am I saying that I work there? Am I proud of the work that I do there, or have I not put it there at all? And so take the time to really build out your WordPress.org profile. In WordPress itself, it's going to be something that really helps you in the long run. Not everybody is comfortable thinking about contributing to the open source project that is WordPress, but you can. You can join an organizing team, an ongoing team that we have. You can join a release squad. So I am not a coder. I have a plugin in the repo, which makes it feel like I am, but I just ripped off Hello Dolly. And that's legal. You can do that. They let you. They encourage it. But I'm not a coder. And so for years of contributing to, or being in WordPress, I thought that to join the open source project at all, I would have to know how to code. It turns out that only a small part of the open source project is actually coding. There are so many teams that you can be on. I joined marketing first, and I was on the marketing team, and that was like, I sat at a marketing table on contributor day, and I don't get that, that imposter syndrome very much, and I'm clearly not shy or afraid, but I sat there feeling so out of my element because I didn't know what contributor day was and what it meant to contribute. At the end of that day, I vowed I would never miss another contributor day of any WordCamp I went to. I was excited to join Slack and see all the things that were happening and realize that my voice might be one out of millions, but it's still valid. and I still bring a point of view, and there are ways that I can contribute that are positive and helpful moving forward. Since that day, sitting at a contributor table, I am now on the teams for community. I am a mentor for this camp, for example, and mentoring camps is one of the things you can do in community. I organize WordCamps. I speak at WordCamps clearly. I speak at WordCamps, not I speak at WordCamps clearly, because I do get really muddled sometimes. But I speak at WordCamps. I have contributed. I'm on the photo moderation team, so if you submit a photo to wordpress.org/photos, because you all have the ability to do that, I may be the one that says yes or no to whether or not your photo gets approved, or pushed back and like, hey, add a better description, or any of those things. So contributing to open source, I have done that. I've been on a release squad. I've done all of that without coding anything in WordPress. And so you can contribute that way. And that's one way for you to start to be known. Because when it comes to personal branding, it's not about just sitting home and doing nothing, right? It's about actually being involved in the community. And if it's not the WordPress community, it's the tech community. When I was working in higher education, it was the higher education community. So it's all of those things, getting known by being in the places where things are happening. And so I encourage you to think about how you could, even small ways, start to join some of those opportunities to volunteer and to contribute. And then, have I talked about bio enough? I'm going to say it one more time. Add it to all your socials. So Twitter, X, whatever, only gives you like 280 characters to put your bio. So you have to be really judicious in what you include there. LinkedIn says, hey, take all the space you need. Facebook's like, yeah, whatever, right? So wherever it is, I think Mastodon gives you like 500 characters. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, 500 characters. And so you really do have an opportunity to include a lot of the things that you do in the world and put in those spaces. When I go to somebody's, so I get people following me on Twitter, for example, a lot. If I don't know them, the first thing I do is go and look at their profile. And if their profile has nothing in it, I don't follow back because I don't know who they are and there's not necessarily contributing to anything that I want to learn about. But if they put in their profile what they're doing with WordPress, the company they work for, I'll be like, oh, I've heard of that company. I'll follow them back. And then we can become mutuals on those different places. So add your bio to your socials, and then make sure that your website, if you have one, which you should have one, you have a link out to that as well. So like I have Meet Michelle. I have two websites. I have meetmichelle.online, which has been around for a couple of years. Brand new website. Please don't judge it yet. There's no SEO on it yet. But michellefrechette.com has just recently been completed. Well, completed as somebody else helped me build what is there. Anyway, because I don't have time to build my own website, and I don't know how to build my own website. But seriously, though, link out to those places so that if people want to learn more about you, they hit that bio, and they can click over to your website. A couple years ago, on a Friday night, I was super bored, and I just posted on Twitter, hey, for the next couple hours, I will do one of 4 things if you reply. I will roast you, I will write a haiku about you, I will give you a compliment, or I will write a limerick about you. Pick one of those things. And so people, like way more people than I expected on a Friday night, started saying, hey, roast me, or hey, do this. And the only way, if I didn't know them, was to go to their bio and find information there. If they had a website, I could click through there and discover a little bit more about them. But when there was nothing to figure out, I had to like get really resourceful on how to reply to that. So like, I know that's a very, very like niche kind of idea, but it was so cool to learn more about people because they had information there. Apply or ask to speak on podcasts, or guest post on blogs, or do webinars. I have several podcasts, some of you know that. I am constantly looking for people to interview on my podcasts. Now, people are always afraid to ask because they think that podcasters are going to go and ask them. We don't know everybody we should be asking, and quite honestly, we're busy people too. So if I don't know who to interview next, I love it if somebody either hits up the website or DMs me and be like, hey, I'd like to be on WP Coffee Talk. Cool, here's the space, let's get it scheduled. I want you to be on the show. I've only got 5 people recorded so far, and after that, I've got nothing coming. So yeah, so come be on my podcast. And I'm not the only one that thinks about that, right? I will say this. If somebody says that you need to pay to be on their podcast, turn around and walk away, because that is not, Yeah, Seth has a podcast too, so he knows. But there are people who will ask you to pay to be on their podcast. You are their resource. Now, I don't pay my guests, and most people don't pay their guests. It's mutual. You're getting something, I'm getting something, and we both benefit. But you should never have to pay to do that. But go ahead and apply to be on podcasts. Ask people like, hey, I see you take guest posts. Can I guest post on your blog? For companies and things like that, right? And then also if there's webinar series, if there's summits that are happening online, ask if you can be involved. If the answer is no, what did you lose? Nothing. If the answer is yes, you've gained an entire opportunity. I realize I've got a lot of these, so I'm going to keep moving. And then if you don't know what to write about, if you don't know who to ask to be on their podcast, if you're not sure, listen to WordPress podcasts to listen, like, what are people talking about? How can I contribute to that conversation? And then hit up their contact forms. I'm like, hey, I'd like to be on your podcast. Go to wppodcast.com. That's owned by Hero Press. And so they have RSS feeds from so many WordPress podcasts. And so you can listen in there and you can kind of get an idea of who is still running. Some of them are like people, they get tired of their podcast after a while and they close them down, right? So there might be listed, but you can see who's active in the RSS feed there. And so you'll know who's talking and who's looking for guests and opportunities, and then ask them. Just say, hey, I have this, I know this, I'd like to be included. And I bet that a lot of people will say, absolutely, here's the calendar, figure out when you can come in and talk to us. And then engage in social media discussions. Whether your favorite platform is Twitter, or your favorite platform is Mastodon or Threads. I don't know, does anybody actually use Threads yet? Okay, cool. So maybe it's Threads then for you. I'm not on there much. I have an account because you had to claim it to get it, but I don't think I've posted there yet. But there's active discussions happening, right? So talk to people. Sometimes it's hard to think of something to post. It's not usually hard to think of things to reply. And so if there's a conversation happening, somebody posts something interesting, reply to it. Sometimes people just reply to mine with an emoji, or they'll reply with a counter thought, like they don't agree with what I have to say. Whatever it is, now we've started to have a conversation. And then other people start to join in. So it's a way for you to stay relevant, but also for people to be seen, for you to be seen by people, and to have these conversations going. So if you engage in social media discussions, it helps grow your personal brand because you are being seen by more people with an opinion that matters. And now you have become more relevant. I post a lot of silly stuff. Feel free to engage with it anytime. Not just to improve my algorithm, but because it's fun. And so when people, especially if people post polls, I love when people post polls. You can just click it. Nobody knows who answered it. So go ahead and reply in the comments why you picked what you picked, because that's where the conversations happen. People love polls because it's really easy, one click and you've given your response. But if you tell why you picked what you picked, you are 100% bound to start a conversation, not only with the person who posted it, but with other people who are engaging and watching that poll too. So polls are my secret weapon all the time. And stay informed on WordPress news. So there is so much happening, right? You could subscribe to every blog and never ever get through this week's by the end of the year of all the information that can come to you. So where do you look for that information? There isn't one right place. The right place is the place that speaks to you and what you do. I'm not a developer. I am not a subscribe to developer newsletters because it's all over my head when that comes to me. But I do subscribe to things about the community, overall arching things like the repository and this weekly WP, and I can't think of all of them off the top of my head, but so many great newsletters out there. Subscribe to the ones that make sense to you and then read them. Read them once a week. I am the executive director of Post Status. I send out a newsletter every Monday for Post Status. And we have different people that contribute to that newsletter. So maybe you don't care about my section, but maybe you really care about what Nathan Ingram's writing about. So read that section of that newsletter and then move on. But reading those things in everybody's newsletter helps you know what people are talking about. And then also go to the news section of WordPress.org, because what's happening specifically with the open source project is going to be there. Josepha has a podcast that she talks about what's going on in WordPress there. And that feed will actually kind of keep you up to date on what's happening with release squads, et cetera. So those are just some of the few places that you can think about. But staying informed on WordPress news lets you be relevant, gives you those things to talk about on social, gives you those ideas to present at podcasts and conferences and WordCamps and all of the things. And staying informed is what will help you be able to represent yourself better in the community. And then follow 5 new people or businesses, accounts. Follow 5 new accounts across social channels every week. It doesn't have to be 5 in every channel. Maybe it's 1 in Twitter and it's 2 in Threads and it's 1 on Mastodon. Whatever it is, find things that are relevant to you. Maybe search a hashtag for a specific topic. Or maybe somebody you follow has engaged in conversation with somebody else and you like what they're saying. Follow them. You can always unfollow people if you discover that you don't really care for what they have to say. But to grow your network means that you have to follow people in order for them to know who you are and follow you back. So I will tell the embarrassing story that when I signed up for Twitter a long time ago, like I think I was still working in higher ed at the time, so I wasn't even in WordPress yet. All these people were following me. And by all these people, like maybe 25 at the time. And I was like, woohoo, that's pretty cool. And my daughter said, how come you're only following 0 people? I'm like, well, I didn't know who to follow. She's like, dummy, you follow the people that follow you. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. I never thought, like, I've come a long way in the last 20 years, I promise. But the idea is, if you follow those people, they are also likely to follow you back. And so you can pick and choose, of course, who you choose to follow, who you unfollow. Sometimes people say things you don't agree with consistently, and you don't need that negativity in your life. So you go right ahead and unfollow those people. But over the last, well, since 2019, I've gone from 1,200 followers to 17,700 followers in just a few years. And that's because I engage. That's because I put out content that people want to read. That's because I follow people that I want to follow, and I have conversations publicly with people about different things. And I share the best memes. I'm just going to say it. So there it is. But seriously, following the right people and putting it out there, creating content that people want to see. Podcasts like I have are really a good way to do that. And then just the work that you do in the community, whether you're speaking at a WordCamp and talking about those kinds of things. Those are the things that people are interested in. You follow those people, and I promise that a percentage of those people are going to follow you back. And I don't follow 17,000 people, I'm not going to lie. I follow about almost 5,000 people because there's a lot of people who aren't saying anything. They're just retweeting other people, and I'm not going to follow that. There's a lot of bots that follow me, and I don't weed those out because I don't have time for that. But I have grown that network in such a way that people want to hear what I have to say. They unfollow me too sometimes when they think I'm just a silly meme girl, whatever. But that's one way that you can really start to grow, is by following other people and grow your network that way. And I think this is super important. Create for yourself a value or mission statement, your public persona, right? It is true to, my public persona is true to who I am. What you see is what you get with me for the most part. Do I have a private life that I don't bring out into the world too? Of course I do. I have innermost thoughts. I have things that I don't share every living thought with everybody. But what you see here is not fake Michelle. What you see here is authentic Michelle with a nicer shirt, because I don't dress this nice at home. But seriously, it's one of those things that you really have to create who you want to be publicly. The parts of you that you want people to engage with, that's the part that you create your value and mission statement for. And then keep that in top of mind in all that you do. You will almost never, notice I say almost because I don't usually speak in extremes, but you will almost never see me post negativity in any of my social channels. And that's because I try to put kindness and empathy out into the world. And who I am at my core is the person that helps others and has kindness and empathy for other people. Do other people annoy the heck out of me sometimes? Of course. Of course. Because we are human beings. But if that person is super annoying, I mute them. I don't engage in it, and I certainly don't speak ill of them. Because I don't want people to speak ill of me, and I don't want people to be putting out negativity toward me. And so I have my persona that I always put at top of mind for everything is anything I put out into the world publicly needs to be uplifting or at the very least neutral. Because I don't want the negativity to come back to me. So everything you see that I do in public and everything that you see that I do in the WordPress community is always to try to help other people. Because at my core, that's who I am. So whoever you are, whatever you're striving to do, put that at top of mind and have that be that inner voice before you hit publish on anything that you might have to delete or think about or regret later. And if who you are is that negative person, go for it. That's your persona. It's just not me. And you know who you are. I don't really. Anyway, add cover photos to your socials that match that persona. So if you, how often do you look at people's Twitter accounts? I do. Like if you say something to me or you follow me, I am looking at your account. And if it's just a giant gray box over you, I wonder if you're really that committed to engagement on that platform, because it doesn't say anything about you. Now, I change mine out frequently. I'm a nature photographer. I love changing it out for whatever picture I took. I think right now it's Niagara Falls. I could be wrong. I take a lot of pictures of birds. I think they're beautiful. I take a lot of pictures of deer and flowers, and that matches who I am, right? I put out that positive and that nature and whatever. So I put those things on my Twitter profile. I put them on my Facebook profile. I think I put them on my LinkedIn profile. That might be a picture of me speaking somewhere because it's professional, right? But have a cover photo. It doesn't have to be the most amazing picture you've ever seen, but put something that speaks to you and speaks about you. And then, if you have a website, I don't care if your website is quote unquote just, I don't like the word just, but if it's only for having a portfolio of your work, have a page that is your media kit. Again, do as I say, not as I do, because I haven't finished developing mine yet. Parenthesis caveat. It's coming. But you should have them, and I do. If you go to underrepresentedintech.com, you hit that media button, you'll see our logo in various sizes. You'll see some sound bites about us. You'll see my bio and Samah's bio and Ali's bio. So you learn about, for media, what is Underrepresented in Tech all about. For your personal site, if you are developing a personal site, you should have your headshot on there. You should have your bio on there. Maybe a thought or two, something that's quotable that you've said or done. Some of the body of your work. If you've been on podcasts or you've spoken publicly, some of the highlights from some of those things, put links out to those. If I'm looking to invite somebody on my podcast, like you can come to me, great, but if I have to go searching, I'm not just gonna ask somebody I don't know anything about. I'm gonna hit up their website. I'm gonna see what they say about themselves and the work that they're doing in order to invite them to be part of my space. And so I want that to be something that you do too, so that people can look and see who you are and learn a little bit more about yourself. Whether you call it a media kit or something else, is kind of like labeling it, I don't care what the label is, but have something on your website that really shows who you are as a person. Maybe it's just your about page, right? So you're calling it about, it's your about page. But make it so that people can clearly see who you are and pick up pieces. Like when I have to publish a podcast, if I haven't gotten a bio from somebody, I am searching for that bio. And I go to LinkedIn first, and so many people don't have a bio on LinkedIn. That's another thing. Make sure your bio, I said that already, put your bio on LinkedIn. But I'm looking all over for that. So if it's on your website, if it's clearly stated, if I can lift that and just put it in that section of my website, I'm really happy about that. If you're building out a media kit, or your bio, or your headshots, whatever it is, have somebody else look at that for you. And I'll tell you why. Because you, maybe not everybody, I certainly did, always feel like I'm putting too much, I'm bragging, I'm doing these things, and I don't want people to think I have this giant ego in it. But people are looking for that information about you to include in whatever you're included in. So have somebody else read it to make sure it's accurate about you. You haven't left out any things. We tend to fill in gaps in our head and forget that other people just don't know things about us. So make sure that that's been read over by somebody else, especially because they'll find your typos and your misspellings. And there's nothing more embarrassing than somebody picking up your bio and you've misspelled your own last name. I'm not saying it happened to me, but I'm not saying it didn't either. So make sure that somebody reads that over for you. Just like if you're submitting a talk for a WordCamp, I always have somebody read it over for me because I see my typos as correctly spelled because that's what I wrote, even though I misspelled it accidentally. So I always have somebody read things over for you. And remember, the red squiggly line doesn't apply if the word you mistype is actually a word, right? So for and fro, anybody? And then inventory your media placements and put them on your website. So I will say I have been on a lot of podcasts over the years. I do not have an exhaustive list anywhere of every single episode of every podcast I've been on because nobody wants to read through that. Pick 5. Pick 5 guest posts that you've done. Pick 5 podcasts that you were so excited that you really felt good about how you looked on there, and put those in your media kit so that if somebody wants to hear you talk and hear what you sounded like, they can click through and hear that. If they want to see how you write, they can click through and see that so that they have an idea of your level of professionalism when it comes to those things, and then put those on your media kit too. And this one is super important. Look for networking opportunities. So when I was freelancing before I joined GiveWP in 2018, I freelanced for 5 years, and finding customers was difficult. So I joined a local networking group similar to BNI, but we started our own, so it didn't cost us $700 a year. And so we did something that's like that, where every seat has only one person. So I was the only marketer / web designer in the group. And everybody who had a referral for web design came to me, and I was able to keep my business going. That also helped me learn my craft. It also helped me learn about things that I could speak at WordCamps. It also helped me develop my ability to stand up and give an elevator pitch, talk about what I do, and it gave me all of those opportunities practically free to be able to kind of have those networkings to build my business. Within WordPress, nobody in the WordPress community has hired me to build their websites because y'all do that for yourselves. So instead, I was always looking for other opportunities. So I joined a local meetup. So I now organize my local meetup, but at the time, I just joined my local meetup and learned about those kinds of things. Went to WordCamps. I go to WordCamps just as an attendee sometimes and just enjoy meeting people and learning about what the community's doing, especially in different parts of the world. Then there's things like Post Status, the admin bar. There's other Facebook groups that are more niche, like when I was building almost exclusively with Divi, there's a Divi Facebook group. And you could just go to that Facebook group and learn from each other there. All of our plugins at Stellar have Facebook groups. And if you want to learn how to use the product better or see what other people are doing, you join those Facebook groups. So there's Facebook groups. There's, is it Twitch? Am I saying that right? Twitch, I don't know why I always have a mental block on that. There's Twitch groups for different things. There's Slack groups for different things. You kind of have to figure out where the groups are. Just ask somebody, right? And there's advanced WordPress groups. There's beginner use. I mean, there's every part of the spectrum of WordPress groups everywhere. So get involved in some of those groups and contribute to the conversation there and learn from people there too. Those are wonderful networking opportunities. And then maybe public speaking terrifies you. There are people I know, there's an old joke that Jerry Seinfeld said that so many people are afraid of public speaking, they'd rather be in the casket than give the eulogy. And I know there are people who, the idea of standing up on a stage in front of other people or sitting on a stage in front of other people is absolutely terrifying. So that's not what you want to do necessarily, but maybe you want to start to learn that a little bit. What are some ways that you can gain confidence in those areas that are scary to you? So for example, if you are terrified of public speaking, Toastmasters, join Toastmasters, because Toastmasters will give you experiences that will terrify you and help you work through them, right? So it's a little bit of a trial by fire in a way, right? But they'll give you a safe environment to do that. Maybe you're afraid to get up on a stage and give a talk at a WordCamp, but maybe your local meetup is a small group and you want to just try to explain something, give a lightning talk, explain something that you are learning there. You can also Hire a coach, right? So I used to coach somebody who was so afraid to ask a question in our meetup because she was so shy. Within a year, she gave a talk at WordCamp Ottawa. So we were able to work through some of those fears of hers and give her opportunities to gain confidence and understand that her point of view and what she had to say was valuable and other people would want to hear it. So find ways that you can challenge yourself and gain the confidence in those areas that are shaky or even terrifying for you, because those are ways that you can also help to build your own brand. And if you are, I almost used the wrong word, if you're terrible at writing or you think you're terrible at writing, you can learn to write better too. There are so many ways that you can gain confidence and gain skills. I say constantly I'm not a coder. I know that I'm intelligent enough you could teach me to code if that was what I wanted to learn. It isn't, you're all safe. But if I wanted to, I could, because I could overcome that fear of coding or that fear of if I make a mistake, it's not going to look right, it's not going to do. It's not an area that I want to pursue. But if I wanted to, I could find ways to push myself in that direction. It's why I built Hello Beautiful, right? Because I wanted to learn a little tiny bit of coding and understand how to put something together and then create something that was like Hello Dolly but wasn't Hello Dolly. And so I challenged myself to do that. And then, because I'm a glutton for punishment, I gave a talk on it for WordCamp Taipei during the pandemic, because nothing pushes you out of your comfort zone than doing something and then teaching other people who already know how to do it how you did it. So there you go. So find a way to push yourself through those shaky times. And then work on your elevator pitch. Man, that's a hard thing to do, right? If you don't know what an elevator pitch is, it's that 30 to 60 seconds when somebody says, so what do you do for a living? And you have to explain it in a way that makes sense and also doesn't bore them to tears. So for example, when I started working at Give and somebody said, so what do you do for a living? I said, well, I work in WordPress, and WordPress is a way that you build websites, but I work for a plugin developer, and plugins are things that actually add extra function to WordPress websites, and the eyes would glaze over, and I'm like, I'm not doing that very well. So now when people who aren't in tech say, what do you do for a living? I say, I'm in web tech marketing. And that's enough for them, right? But if I said to you all, I'm in web tech marketing, you'd be like, and? What does that mean? So figure out what your elevator pitch is for different audiences, both inside and outside the industry, so that when you sit down next to me at a WordCamp and I say, so what do you do with WordPress? You know what you want to say in a way that makes sense, but also doesn't make my eyes glaze over, right? I promise I'll try not to bore you too when you say, and what do you do? So, but practice it. I worked at that so that I would stop boring people about explaining what WordPress is and what plugins were, and then what Give did, which was to help raise money for those people, right? And so all of that to say, do a better job. Remember I said at the beginning, do as I say, not as I did? Please learn from that. Nobody wants you to explain what a plugin is. I know from experience. And then also, if you are a shy person, practice some small talk that will lead to deeper conversations. If you ask people yes or no questions, you will get yes or no answers. And that's where conversations stop. Instead of saying, do you work in WordPress? Say, I ask people, what do you do with WordPress? And if they say, oh, I'm a developer, I say, what kind of WordPress sites do you develop? Do you work for a big agency or are you a freelancer? And so you're able to ask good questions, get answers, ask deeper questions. But there's a skill that you develop to be able to understand how to master that, because sometimes talking to strangers is also fear-inducing, right? Especially if you are an introverted person. I'm not, but if you are, that's something that can be fearful too, talking to strangers, even if you have things in common, like attending a WordCamp. So if you can practice some of those things, just have that internal monologue, like, so when I sit down with people today, this is a good question to ask, not that. You can start to develop the skills to have deeper conversations, and when you have deep conversations with people, that's when they remember you, and being remembered is part of personal branding. And then I say, learn something new every day. If I had stopped learning when I first started building WordPress websites, I would still be freelancing and not be able to pay my own rent because I didn't know how much to charge. I was not necessarily a great designer at the beginning. I wasn't sure how to do the networking. And so all of these things that I've built over time is because I'm not afraid to learn. So I read blog posts that people write. I read newsletters that come. I don't read every newsletter. I'm not perfect, and I don't have 80 hours in every day. But I do read at least 2 to 3 newsletters a week, and I look at least 1 or 2 TED Talks a week. They have to be 20 minutes or less, or I will not have the time to, or the energy to pay attention. But I also watch everything on YouTube at 1.5 times the speed, so it goes faster. As long as they're not speaking fast like me, I can still understand it. Otherwise, they sound like chipmunks. But I watch 2 to 3 TED Talks, or I go on YouTube and I look for things that are educational. And so, do I necessarily watch a TED Talk and then know everything I need about that subject? Of course not. But have I started to introduce to myself concepts that maybe I only understood at the surface or didn't even know about? Absolutely. And some of my favorite TED Talks have nothing to do with tech at all, but help broaden my understanding of how to talk to people, about how the world works, and have a bigger and better understanding of who we are as people here on this planet. And so if any of that information, I love trivia, so if you ask me my favorite TED Talk, I will tell you it's the guy who teaches you how to use a paper towel after you wash your hands. If you haven't watched that one yet, I promise you will love it too. I learned that if you fold the paper towel in half, you don't have to use as many paper towels because there's this thing called interstitial space, and it absorbs more water. Like, I learned that there. I will bore you to death over lunch talking about it, but you will remember that I'm the girl who told you about paper towels the next time you go into the bathroom and have to pull a paper towel off the wall. All of those things, learning those things, sharing information helps move you forward as well. And then I'm going to be incredibly self-serving. This is a free site, wpspeakers.com. If you are a speaker or want to be a speaker, you can create a free profile over at wpspeakers.com. It gives you one more piece of web real estate to be found. It lets you tell everybody what your areas of expertise are, what are the kinds of things you want to be speaking about, and it gives you one more place to be found. You can include this profile anywhere you want. Similarly, I'm going to tell you about the WP World, which is not my project. That is Marcus Burnett's project. And if you haven't been familiar with the WP.world yet, you should. You should create a profile there. It is also free, and it is a way for people to see what WordCamps you've gone to, what WordCamps you're planning to go to, what did you do with those WordCamps? You attended, you spoke, you volunteered, you organized, all of those different wonderful things. And it gives you an opportunity to learn about who are WordPressers near you, where you live, but also who's near where you're going, so that you can start to make connections with people like, oh my gosh, I didn't know so-and-so lived near New Jersey. I should give them a call when I'm there. You know, those kinds of things. I think that's my last slide. So, we're good. So that's how you can get in touch with me. I refuse to call it X or put the X up there, so you will always see the blue bird. On Twitter, I'm just at Michelle Ames. You can't really change your name there. All the links break to all the places you've put it before. So I will forever on WordPress and Twitter be Michelle Ames. My email is michelle@stellarwp.com. You can find me at meetmichelle.online. Or, like I said, please don't judge it yet, but michelleforchetonline.com as well. So, that was a lot. Thank you. I think we're very tight on time, but can I take like 1 or 2 questions? We're at time. I will be in the hallway, so if you do have questions, find me over there. I'll find a seat. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. And I'm sorry for running over. But thank you so much for hanging in there with me today. Thanks.
talk today. It's another exciting one. Our next speaker is Tanisha Halstead. Tanisha Halstead is a business tech strategist, coach, and course creator. Simplifies administrative tasks for small business owners using tech solutions. With 15 years of experience in tech, including 4 years refining systems for client retention and team productivity. Her talk today is crafting compelling content, strategies for engaging your audience on WordPress. Give a very warm welcome to Tanisha Halstead.
Hi, everyone. How are we? I know it's like the end of the day, but I love energy. I like engagement. So if you could just bear with me, we got a little bit longer. And so I would like to start off by thanking WordCamp Montclair for inviting me to speak today. As Caleb said, we're going to be going through crafting some compelling content strategies for helping you boost engagement on your WordPress site. Okay, just a little bit about me. It's like, why listen to her? So I have about 15 plus years in the business and tech industry. I'm a single mom of 2 teenage boys. I like to include a little fun fact here, and I'm humanizing it by saying, don't judge me. I like a little variation of 90 Day Fiance. We all like to let our hair down and have a little fun sometimes. And so I also like to always set the tone by letting you know who this workshop is for. So the workshop is more for WordPress beginners, maybe those that are already making content, but you're looking for some strategy to maybe take it a notch up. Maybe you're a blogger or a marketer, or you could just be a business owner that is managing the WordPress site for small businesses. And so on this slide, I'm just giving you a quick overview. I'm not going to run through reading it. You can look at it here on the screen. But these are the topics that we'll talk about today. And you'll see a fancy little QR code here. It's actually for submitting feedback for today's presentation. There is a nice little prize for those that fill it out. So if you go ahead, you can scan the QR code. I'm looking out in this audience. Where are your phones? And so that'll, you can give your feedback for today's presentation. And it'll be on another slide if you don't catch it now, actually. All right, so I always like to start off by addressing the elephant in the room. And it's always this question of why social media, why content, why does it, or why should it matter? And a part of that is, I'd like to share this GIF that we are walking around day to day. We're all connected in some way, some shape or form, maybe even by some social platform. So this is just an illustration or a visualization of why it's important for us to put our content out there. And so when we put our content out there, it not only allows us to be connected, but there's also strategy behind it. We're here for a WordPress conference, and a part of that is bringing traffic to your website. A part of that may be then converting that traffic to customers or clients for whatever your business may be. And a part of that is having that compelling content for people to actually want to come to your site and to stay there. And so I like to tell the story of when I first started our business and we got on the social sites and also building our own website, I felt like we had what I call this juggle going on. And it's like, watch me juggle. It's like, I'm gonna write the blogs, I'm gonna do the videos, I'm gonna do all the text around, but that's not how we have a good result. We have to have some strategy behind it. And so with that in mind, we came up with this, basically a social media roadmap, and it gets you a starting point and touches on different things to be able to help you build really the strategy that you're looking for. So I like to say we start with setting goals. And your goal could be that you're looking to increase your website traffic, or your goal could be that you're looking to, maybe you're a new business and you're looking to start brand awareness, letting people know you've like opened your virtual store or you opened your physical brick and mortar. And so we set those goals. Then we get to know our audience. We can't create content when we don't know who we're talking to, or else we're talking to everybody, and that's like talking to the masses, and we're not hitting anyone at that point. And so we'll go through a little deeper these portions of the roadmap throughout the presentation, but I just wanted to give you kind of a heads up of what we'll be going through. And so we'll also talk about planning content and ways to do that, and who would I be if we didn't talk about some tech tools and how we can simplify that creation process as well. And I'm a little bit of a data nerd, so we gotta monitor and we gotta adjust and we gotta like use some metrics to make sure we're not just creating content to create content. Do I still have you with me? Are you with me, everyone? How we doing? Okay, good. All right, so we'll start off by sharing some tools for content planning. So you can use any fancy word you want to use. Some people say ideation, some people say I'm brainstorming. So I like to start here because a lot of what I hear from business owners is that they don't know what to talk about. And so if you're a business owner, you have a passion, something got you there, you have something to talk about, you're just probably not sure how to formulate that. So there's tools for that. So I'm sharing a few here on the screen. Again, I'm a little bit of a data nerd, and so one of them that I really love is Answer the Public, and it's based off of actual data. And has anyone heard of this site? Yep. Have you used it before? Yeah, I've used it to get ideas for LinkedIn posts. Okay, awesome. So yeah, so that's exactly, so say your topic is, actually, what is your topic? I'm an online marketer. Okay. Okay, so if he's an online marketer, so say he has a specific keyword or overarching topic that he's looking for. The way this works is that you go into the site, that if you're on the free version, it allows you like 1 or 2, I think it's like 3 searches for the day, and you're able to put that topic in, and then now it'll populate different content ideas, whether it's like who, what, where, when, why, and then it'll grade it for you. It'll say kind of like what's more of the thing that's being searched by your particular audience. And so this is a great way for you to not start with the white page, but be able to, move past the white page and determine what is more relevant for you to talk about to your audience. And so another tool that I like to share is we talk about keywords. So there's actually the Google Keyword Planner, and then there's SEMrush. I also like to set up like Google Trends for different topics within our business because it helps us to stay abreast, because let's face it, we're humans, we have 50 million things going on, we can't check every place all the time. I love that it centralizes the information and it comes straight to my email. Another tool I'll share for those who may be struggling with things to say or maybe keywords for your site is Sparktoro. It's another data-driven statistics site that I actually really, really love this one because it gets real nitty-gritty. It'll talk about keywords. It'll also talk about the places where your audience might be listening to podcasts, maybe the different type of publications they're reading. And just allows you to target your audience a little bit more. Again, I am a little bit of a data nerd, so I love it. It can be a little overwhelming to get into all the data, but pick a tool. I'm always like, the best tool is the one you'll actually use. So pick one that's not as hard for you to adapt, and start there, and then you can build on there. Okay, so after we've set our goal, we've decided whether we're looking for website traffic, brand awareness, maybe different engagement, then we want to start planning the topics. We want to do some content planning. Now, again, some people, they hear content calendar or those type of words and they're like cringing. I don't want you to cringe. If you want to call it the magic board or whatever you want to call it, just call it something that feels, just feels warm to you, because at the same time, I love to say marketing equals money. And if we're not telling people about our business, how can we expect to get traffic, business, and all those things? And so now that we've gotten our ideas, let's plan it out. And so I would like you to take it simple on this too, because some people dive in and are like, I want to plan the whole month. I'm going to have all my captions lined up. I'm going to have all my blogs written and stuff like that. But it's a muscle you're building. And so some of the tools that are used for content calendars are like project management tools like Trello, Asana. We actually use ClickUp and Airtable. And I'll actually show you on our next slide. And so for content planning internally, we actually use an Airtable base that I designed, and it is pretty much our hub. I actually put a QR code here. We have a video on YouTube that shows how we utilize this internally. We also manage social media for clients, so we use this pretty much as a rubric with working with our clients. So it creates a central hub for us to, I don't like looking all over the place for things. One, I think it wastes my time, and two, it's just inefficient. And so we have a tab that has all our branding details, has all the necessary links that we'll need, pretty much like an info tab for our business, and we add on as needed. And then we have the actual calendar where we build out the content. I won't go deep diving into that today. That's why I shared the video. If you'd like to see it, you could check it out. And it'll walk you through what we do on each tab and how we utilize it to plan and create the content that we just got from the ideation phase. Okay? How we doing? Good? We're going good? Okay. All right. So one thing I wanted to actually share too is about mastering writing techniques. And so sometimes, and I've gone through this too, I call it word vomiting, where we are writing something and we want to throw everything in there. But I put a couple of do's and don'ts on here just as a rubric as some of you might be getting started, some of you might be doing it already, but just some helpful things to think about when you're writing your content, whether it be for your blogs, any of your social platforms, or even for your website. I'm very big on creating an experience, and so you want to think about the viewer or your audience that is coming to your particular content. And with this writing technique section, I wanted to also share, so I'm actually working with a video coach right now, and something we've noticed is that if you look online, a lot of people tend to look the same. Everyone's kind of following the same, like maybe I call them the gurus and the girlies, and everyone's losing their personal touch. There's also AI, let's not forget about that. So one of the things that I think is important when you're writing these blogs, websites, and things like that, think of your story. Think of the reason why you started your business. Think of what makes you so special in what you're providing. Why are people coming to see you? Is it your personality? Is it maybe you have a fashion flair and they're like, really into it? That might not be your business, but that's something relatable for your audience to be able to be like, oh, I could relate with her or him. And that will bring them to you to see you as attraction. They see what you got, and now you can convert them a little bit easier because they're learning you and getting to know. And some of you might be more of B2B, and that's still relevant because at the same time, you're working with people. And so I think sometimes we forget to humanize it. All right, so another thing that I wanted to talk about as we talk about writing is creating compelling headlines. And so with headlines, again, we're thinking of our audience. We're thinking, what is something that is clear, concise, just powerful to them? Like, it's like, oh my gosh, she's talking to me. And sometimes I think we forget to even, we don't have the resources of a major company where they have a whole like marketing and research team. But even as a smaller business, you're able to poll your audience. I think sometimes we forget that we're in a place of service as far as business, and being able to know who we're serving helps us to craft things like compelling headlines that will make people say, oh my goodness, I need to go read that, or I need to do something with that. Okay, all right. So the next thing I wanted to talk about was enhancing your website with visuals. I put a few examples up here just to show you the illustration of how the vibrant colors and possibly, you know, if this is more of personal branding, how the images just kind of speak more to your words. And so if you're writing blogs or even on your website, be mindful that you have some color, some pop, some personality that shows the business off in a spectacular way. And so I just showed that because I don't know if you, can you see it from the visual that it's just, does it speak to you? Does anybody, do you feel that way? I like the yellow one. Oh. Yeah, because I think sometimes we just, even if you're writing blogs, yes, there's a certain word character and things like that, but the visual piece to me adds the break, and it adds some representation to bring your words to life. And so one of the ways we actually do that as a business is we're into video. And so the other part of visuals is it's not just the standstill photos or the professional photos, it's also video is on a rise. There's many platforms now that are mimicking each other. I know back then, like even on LinkedIn, it was more like buttoned up and, you know, really tight, and you might see like 1 or 2 professional videos, but now you're seeing people get on there, you're seeing people speak, you're seeing people illustrate themselves in a different way. So consider, even on your website, people like to watch videos. And so when you're creating your WordPress site, including things like video, and it doesn't have to be a professional-based video. I was listening to a podcast last week, and there was so it's a podcast called Brave on Video, and the gentleman that was speaking was talking about his content creation process and how he literally takes his phone and records, like, you know, screen records like that, and it's not heavy editing. And I was like, wow, what a savvy way to do it. And it eliminates the fear we all have of getting started because it doesn't look perfect. It doesn't look like the, you know, the gurus and the girlies, like I say. And so we actually, especially too, if you're a speaker and things like that, you're setting your own stage. And so just be mindful too when you're doing your WordPress site that, again, you're creating an experience. And so you want people to have different facets of whatever your business is doing. All right, so with visual content, I know that it can be overwhelming. Some people feel that it's multi-step and they're like, oh, I don't have time to learn all these things, but there's tools. And so Canva and Adobe Spark are two that are pretty user-friendly for image design, and now they're, you know, they've gotten so fancy now, all these AI features, video and stuff like that. So those are a good start. Now with Lumen 5, we actually tested this out for those that write blogs. For those that write blogs. But say you started with a video, and being able to take your video and put it into this tool to then help it go into a blog. And I'm sure by now they've done so many updates, and it was just the fact of how it gave it a little bit of a professional edge for those who might not want to go hire an editor. So I think it's just sometimes getting savvy or kind of bootstrapping our tools when we're not able to maybe do things on a larger scale. And let me know if I'm going too fast, because I feel like I'm sorry, go ahead. So what we did was we had a blog and was able to convert it into a video form. And so it was a little different because if you look at a bigger company, and sometimes they'll have like those nice promo videos where it's kind of like just a little bit of talking and maybe they'll run the words over it and stuff like that. To me, it kind of gave like I'm a big business feel. But it was pretty easy to go ahead and go from video or text to video using that tool. All right. So I know I mentioned this earlier, and I'm a little bit of a data nerd. And for me, I feel like metrics allow us to understand where we started, where we're going, what we need to scrap, maybe what we need to keep doing. And so for me, sorry, I'm gonna go back one. So for me, I like to measure my success. And sometimes the math isn't mathing. And we have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what we're doing. But how do we know that when we don't have any metrics? So in thinking about today's presentation, if you're thinking about your WordPress site, it could be the fact of maybe you're looking for increase of traffic. Maybe you're looking for more conversion. Maybe you're looking for people, maybe you're writing blogs and you're trying to make sure that people are actually reading your blogs or they're seeing what they're clicking on. So the reason for this is we just want to make sure we're not, I say this in like every presentation, I don't like to create content just to create content. The content is serving a purpose. And so we don't want to get into the rat race of just putting something out there because we want to put content out. So keep in mind those things. I know that you said that you actually write blogs, is that correct?
I write LinkedIn posts.
Yeah, and is anyone else in here creating content? Okay, so I like to get a little bit engaged. So I know we're not at Q&A, but is that okay? Oh, okay. So what type of content, I'd like to get an idea of like what type of content you're creating currently for your WordPress site. Yeah.
Okay. I don't have a WordPress site, but I do write for LinkedIn.
Okay.
He's making my website.
Okay.
That's why I'm here today. And I would like to go into more longer posts because LinkedIn just doesn't, I talk a lot, and interestingly enough, I wanted to shorten my content, but the people on LinkedIn were like, no, like, I like that you talk a lot, I like your longer form content.
Yeah.
I wish it was longer.
Uh-huh.
So I kind of wanted to get a website going so I could actually write longer blog posts,
Okay.
short newsletter. I write about personal branding, social media marketing. Yeah. My
Okay.
brand is house. Clearly.
Oh, okay. Got it. And you are your brand. I can see it.
Cowgirl of LinkedIn, like that's my headline.
Oh,
So
wow.
I go out.
Okay.
I'm cowgirl.
I love it. Okay. That is personal branding. You are the brand. And so I love that you said that you're writing long form content and that you've tried and proven a source. And now see, that's metrics. And now you've measured your success there. I'm sorry, I'm like all out of turn here, okay? But I like to be engaged with the audience.
That's fine.
And so for me, when I'm listening to you, again, we're talking about measuring your success. You've measured your success on LinkedIn, and now you're looking to expand.
Yeah.
And so with that, taking that to your website, now you're able to look back at your numbers, see maybe what was doing better for you, and then be able to transfer that to your website. So is the idea for you then to transfer those into blogs to your site, or are you looking to do video as well?
I used to do, oh my God, this is loud. I used to do video. That's kind of how I started. I never thought I was gonna end up writing. I got on LinkedIn just for fun, literally.
Uh-huh.
And I also wanted to look for a job, and then I saw everyone posting. And I was like, well, I have a lot to say about personal branding. I have a lot to say about my experience as a content creator. Video content kind of drained me a lot. So I was like, writing doesn't. I can write all day, every day. So I kind of realized, okay, maybe written content is more of my jam.
Okay.
So I'm kind of going with that.
Okay.
And then I also have services for branding, services for social media management.
Okay.
So I do still have to do videos for my clients, but
Yeah.
it's a little bit different. It's not like I have to get in front of a camera. It's more
Yeah.
editing. So I
Yeah.
found that a little bit easier. And then Canva also has been amazing for the video
Good.
content. Yeah, because they have videos on there. So
Yeah.
you don't even need to. I didn't know about Lumen 5, but I'm definitely going to check it out.
For you, you may want to check that out because, so another type of content is faceless video. So you don't necessarily need to place yourself if you are not comfortable in front of the camera. I mean, I would love to see you in front of the camera, but you don't have to do that. So tools like Lumen 5 will allow you to take your words and convert it to a video. And you can still brand it. So, of course, it's probably on the paid version where you're able to change colors, you can change text and make it personalized to your brand. So I would encourage you to check that out. But I loved hearing your story, and congratulations for measuring your success and being able now to transform that and impact even more. I will say that I love the combo of LinkedIn articles. So we've tested before writing LinkedIn articles, but then also putting them on like the full blog on WordPress. And what I did like is that they're both searchable. And so I wouldn't say necessarily give up the LinkedIn piece that you're writing, but think of a strategy that doesn't overwhelm you. Again, going back to strategy and your goal, that allows you to incorporate the two, because now you're even increasing your ranking because you're coming up on LinkedIn. And I'm not gonna lie, sometimes LinkedIn will come up more than our actual website articles.
My LinkedIn will come up and my previous Canva website would
Yeah.
never come up.
Yeah.
That's because you can't do SEO on the
Yeah.
Canva. It's like, I don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
So I was like, can you just make my website?
Yeah, yeah. Awesome. Did anybody else want to share? I love to know who I'm talking to. So, did anybody else want to share, or we can save it for Q&A if that's okay. All right, perfect. All right, so I wasn't sure if I was going to be in the classroom setting, so we're gonna leave this. I'm gonna leave this up because I love replay watchers. We do go live and stuff like that too, and I talk not only to those in person, but those on the replays. We love them as well. And so if you are on your own, and this is a cute little exercise where you could practice your content creation. And so it's going about thinking from the ideation phase or just the brainstorming phase to thinking of a actual compelling headline, and then being able to use the tips and tools that we talked about to be able to actually execute on that. And the little tidbit to that too is I'll say, and someone's taking a picture, but I always say time yourself, because guess what we do? If there's infinite time, we take forever. And so, sorry. So just make sure that you put a little timer on, and just, even if it's longer than 5 minutes, just put a little timer on, because what happens is, especially when you're brainstorming and you're thinking of ideas, it can keep going, and going and going. Or maybe I'm just talking about myself, but it's okay. All right, and so we are actually at Q&A. And so does anybody have any questions? I know I kind of went through things a little bit fast. Did anybody have any questions? No? None? Do I need to go back through the presentation? I think I need to go back. Because there's no questions? Not even about the tools? I don't know if you need to have the mic. They were like. And if you could tell me your name, your business. I don't think it's on. Yeah.
Testing. Okay.
Oh, yeah, we're here.
My name's Rachel Winchester. Most people call me Win. I make web page presentations. So I'm a public speaker and a web designer.
Love it.
My question was, it seems like a lot of businesses are trying to choose between a social media platform and a website. So, like I always say both, like you've been saying. So I'm curious, do you have, aside from LinkedIn, is there like an awesome platform?
Now, I feel like that's a personal question for the business because, and it's so interesting. Usually I have this slide in here that will show the different platforms and it'll show the reason that you should be engaging on them. Like, so say for instance, you're maybe a local business and you might be able to just focus on Google My Business and your WordPress site because what are people doing? Vegan restaurant near me, you know. So, or if you are maybe a business that's more visual, you might want to choose something like Instagram because that's what's captivating, the vibrant images people are scrolling through. Maybe if you're somebody that's service-based, like yourself doing websites and stuff like that, you may want to get into video. YouTube might be your thing, where you're showing people like the ins and outs, the how-tos, why they should have certain plugins and stuff like that. Again, it doesn't have to be your face, because I know some people are not very comfortable with that. But guess what? That's a screen record. That's using something like Loom. You don't even got to get professional. Use something like Loom. Record your screen and show your expertise. The goal, or what I want everyone to kind of take away, is that it's not about the platform. It's about you just doing the thing. Share what you're doing because that's how we get to know about you. That's how we get to learn about your business. I hope that answered the question because I know it wasn't like, oh, just pick Instagram. Do we have any other questions? Yeah, sure, I could go back. So you did need me to go back through the presentation. Okay. Yeah, so, you know, Canva's a really good, I know. The professional graphic designers, they're gonna come for me, but it's okay. It's okay. So, because to me, I'm about simplicity and what is gonna have the least bit of resistance. And for someone that's not a professional designer, it creates that for them. It eliminates a roadblock for them to say, well, I can't. Even if you're not designing it on your own, there's 50 million templates in there. So I get it. Oh, that's Adobe. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you should check it. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say it's as friendly as Canva, but it's for design as well. The only reason I know about it is because our graphic designer is on the team. Yeah, so that's another tool as well that can help. Again, sometimes we might not know of it, but somebody in our resource hub, which I hope everyone's in some type. I know you're in the WordPress communities, but there's other content communities as well where they share different tools and tips. We didn't even get into AI today because that's not what we're here for. But so these will help. The reason why I showed these in particular, because when we're thinking about the WordPress site, it's image, it's the text, and sometimes, as this young lady was saying, she's writing blogs, but she's not really big on getting on video. It eliminates this fear or her not having any video because now she can use this tool to turn her text into a video and still make it on brand because there's features on there where she can upload her brand colors, put some stock video in there to maybe match a different part of what you're writing about. And it eliminates, again, you from not having any video on your site, which, depending on your business, it's more personal. Do we have any other questions? Oh, yeah. And then we have another question. So you get, oh, you're going to bring it to her? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, Adobe has a huge learning curve, and the subscription's probably around $800 a year, so that's out for a lot of people. But I would say recommend. I've seen people without those tools use PowerPoint.
Really?
You can export it as PDF. You can export it as JPEG. So you can actually make your colors. They have a lot of design ideas already, so you can get up and running really quick. So I actually give that to our interns to make them some social posts.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to give them a subscription. They can get up and running really quickly.
Was it this one? Thank you for sharing that. And so that goes back to what I was saying, like we may not know of something. Again, I did not know of all those. I'm in communities that it's not just geared toward one set, like just like I was saying how I'm in a video community as well now. So it's just depending on your goal. And our goal was to include more video content because we're a service-based business. So it was like showcasing what we do. And then also, now we want to add a component where ours is based around customer experience. And so it's so interesting to be here speaking about WordPress because we're actually redesigning our site. And a part of what I was more concerned about is, yeah, we want all the back-end stuff to, connect and do all the things, but I want whoever lands on our site to have an experience. As I said as a, kind of an example of it is like, when we go out for the first time, we got to dance a little, you got to schmooze me. Like, we're not just going to get married. So, I think of our site like that. So people coming, they might not be ready to open up their wallets yet. So, but we have other ways for them to engage with our content, come into our ecosphere, and be a part of our community. Which was the slide that you wanted to go back to? It was this one? Okay. Okay. And I think I saw a hand back there.
I was just going to say, Canva actually bought a company called Affinity.
Wait, say that again? Oh, I think they're going to get you a mic.
Actually, everybody can walk up to the mic.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I was going to say, Canva just acquired a company called Affinity, who have higher-end visual tools that were competing directly with Adobe.
Really?
So it was about 2 months ago, and they sort of have a designer. They have basically a Photoshop competitor, publisher thing that Adobe do. Was it in something or other?
Is that why they had that big rollout where?
Basically 3 sets of tools that this company developed that were going head-to-head with Adobe.
Yeah.
And it's a desktop tool, it's not a web tool.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so I was really traveling, and I was like, what is all this stuff? I saw everybody running to Canva because they had a big rollout recently. I'm wondering if that's tied into...
I'm not sure if it's that, but it was announced, I think, about 2 months ago.
Oh, okay.
Something that was originally developed on... It's a carve-out from a company called Serif.
Okay.
A UK company.
I'm going to have to look it up. Thank you for sharing.
Publisher years ago. So
wow.
A long, long time.
So what you're trying to say is that the Adobe people that might come for me, Canva is going to compete with them. Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I was just checking. All right. Thank you for sharing that, though. I really appreciate it. Does anybody else have a question, comment? Need me to go back to a slide? Okay. So, if there are no other questions, comments, I will keep it going, but I'm pretty much at the end. Okay, so we did question and answers. And so I just always like to recap. And so today I'm hoping that you're taking away some actionable insights. Just really things that will help you move the needle. Maybe some resource, maybe even walking away with a tool or a resource that you could try. I always say the best tool is the one you'll actually use. Don't be scared of them. Just pick one. Most of them have free versions. Try it out for free. Don't tell them I told you this, but sometimes, you know, maybe you might try it out for a month and then get what you need, and then that might be it. But nonetheless, I'm hoping that you've taken something away from today and are able to take action, because that's what we're here for. And so I always like to finish the presentations with this little GIF here, because I want you to remember that we are all fumbling and stumbling through content, but the way that we do that is through building a muscle and taking action and testing. It's a constant test, and so until we test, measure, learn learn what is working, what's not, what can we improve, then that's the best win that we could take away. So thank you again for having me today. I don't know why this isn't working. Sorry, y'all. Technical issues. Oh, I guess it doesn't want to show. I had a whole thank you slide for you, but I guess it doesn't want to show. So that is where we are today. Oh, there it is. Now it doesn't show. Hold on. Let's put this up there. You know, the tech works when it wants to work, okay? And so again, I'd just like to say thank you for having me. I am hoping that you were able to take away some action today. Thank you for the engagement. I appreciate it, y'all. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you. Did you want me to?
Is it everybody? Hold on. You need me to smile? Let me see. 2 more minutes. Closing remarks. Zora? Put this back in here. It's not even on. Do. Man, you guys are not tired? Really? Man, I was nodding off in here, man. Can't stop. Or survive. I can't even pronounce it. Survival? Oh, Canista. No, I was good. People, testing. I'm going to do it. All right, everyone. Just going to give our closing remarks for WordCamp Montclair 2024. First, I want to thank our sponsors, Canista, Bluehost, WordPress.com, WP Beginner, GoDaddy, Second Melody, Big Scoots, PMC, Secret Stash, SEO Press, Freshie, Hard Media Studios, and Survival. I want to thank you guys. A round of applause for all of them. Kinsta, I'm sorry. Did I pronounce that wrong? Kinsta. Thank you so much. I want to thank the speakers. Everyone give a round of applause for the speakers. The speakers were tremendous. Tremendous speakers. I want you guys to give yourselves a round of applause for coming out today, supporting the community. Awesome. There is going to be an after party at Alexis. Address is 955, Valley Road, Clifton, New Jersey. It's about a 5-minute drive. You could Go there now and relax. The food won't be served until 7, but you're definitely welcome to hang out, you know, take a load off. I want to thank our organizers, all of our organizers, volunteers, for making it happen. A round of applause for them. They were awesome. I want to thank our photographer, Joe Ping. Great job. Give him a hand. I want to thank lead organizer, co-lead, Howard Spike. Give it up for awesome stuff. Also, just another reminder, you can grab your parking vouchers at the registration desk. And just want to thank you again for coming out to WordCamp Montclair. Hope to see you again next year. Where's it going to be? It's going to be here, right? It's going to be here, right? So once again, thank you so much, and we'll see you at the after party.